right. I'm showing 9 o'clock. Looks like everybody's found a seat. We ready to get started?
Yes.
Let's go. Greg, I'm going to turn it over to you to gavel us in and start it off.
All righty, folks, we are reconvened. Thank you, everybody, for a good day yesterday. We're looking forward to a great day today. We have somebody special here from Augusta University to welcome us. Let me take just a second. Dr. Russell Keene is the Executive Vice President for Administration and External Affairs at Augusta University. In addition to managing the day-to-day operations of the Office of the President, he leads the university's programs on philanthropy and alumni engagement, government relations, protocol and special events, volunteer services, and community engagement. He does a lot of public outreach stuff that we all know, based on what we're doing here, is really important. Dr. Keene began his career in higher education in 2001 when he served as the Director for Annual Giving at Georgia Southern University. He later progressively served Georgia Southern as its Atlanta Regional Development Director, Associate Vice President for Government Relations, and Vice President for External Affairs. During his career, he's also worked for the University of Georgia's Franklin College of Arts and Sciences and the Safe Path Children's Advocacy Center. Dr. Keene is home, being a native of the Augusta area and a graduate of Lakeside High School. He received a bachelor's degree in finance and master's degree in higher education administration from Georgia Southern and is a doctorate of higher education from the University of Georgia. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Russell Keene.
Thank you all. Thank you for that nice introduction, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. I want to welcome you to Augusta University on the Summerville campus, and we are so delighted to have you here. Much like the Department of Energy and SRS, we are also very involved with community engagement as a top priority for this institution, so much so that it is part of our strategic plan, and so we consider this engagement. I want to thank you all for your partnership with Augusta University, not only for our faculty and staff, but even more importantly, our students. Our students are our number one priority, and I think we had about 80 students, I'm told, at the career fair yesterday, and we are really excited about that. I think one of our number one priorities for our students is career pathways and career development. So we're grateful for the partnership with SRS and DOE and this advisory board here. I noticed on your mission that a big part of what you're doing is environmental sciences and things like that, but also notice technology. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention our cybersecurity. We are home to the Georgia Cybersecurity Center here. If you haven't been, I would encourage you to go. Let me know. You can get my contact information. Would love to set that up. Cybersecurity is our fastest growing program at this institution. The PhDs are only second to biology, and we are a health sciences university, and that just tells you how much emphasis is put on technology and cyber. And so anything that we could possibly do, whether it's research, whether it's students and careers, internships, fellowships, please let us know, because in Augusta University you have a great partner, and we appreciate the partnership with you all. Welcome. We're glad to have you here.
All right. Well, everybody has a copy of the agenda. We've got a great lineup today. I'm looking forward to a lot of things. Rather than go through the whole thing, does anybody have any questions about the agenda before we get started? Asking now. Everybody comfortable with what we're doing today? Okay. First up, we're going to start with EPA because we've got a little bit of time. We're going to go ahead and let you give your update. We'll do his Q&A, and then we'll move into the liquid waste strategic vision, okay? John, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I was told I forgot I was teaching a graduate class at Emory, helping one of my EPA colleagues for radiation class there. But I did watch YouTube online. I was telling James there was like 7 of us watching you online, so I didn't miss the key part. Not much in EPA. So do have some management changes. Carol Monell, our Superfund Division Director, announced last month she's going to be retiring at the end of the calendar year. Again, that's a SES position that'll be sometimes takes a little time to replace. And the meantime, Randall Chafin, that some of you know at Savannah River, who's been our deputies in Superfund division for many, many years, he'll be acting until they replace that Carol. Trying to think. Obviously, we're still, as probably Susan mentioned yesterday, still going with the negotiations. I think we're moving along, hopefully successfully, in our tank negotiations with DOE and the state. We're looking forward to that getting finished. Recently, we commented on the proposed plan for in-area, which I think is mostly land use controls. It's one of those areas, I think the old Ford building, that we're finally able to address. It's not too much contamination. And I think that's all I have. I know I've heard one of the questions about the coash yesterday, and again, EPA was on board with that for using it as backfill at the big sandstone area. So, any questions?
Isn't that the best excuse ever for me missing a meeting? Oh, I had to teach a graduate class today.
I don't get paid for that.
Any questions for EPA? Seeing none. Mike and Sonny, are y'all ready? Let's do it. Let's start with liquid waste. The strategic vision.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sonny Blanco. I am the director for the Waste Disposition Programs Division for the U.S. Department of Energy. And Mike Borders and I are going to be talking to you about the strategic vision for liquid waste. You know, I am very excited with the outlook for our program. And we have taken all year long to explain to you and describe to you the status, and also explain to you how the facilities work, what our program is all about. And today, finally, we're going to show you what's the concept of the strategy that the contractor and the Department of Energy are moving forward with to complete the mission. So well, let's get started. Just a recap. Our liquid waste program has the purpose and the mission to retrieve all the waste that is stored in 43 active tanks, process, treat, and dispose of that waste in a safe manner. We have 43 active tanks. That means that we still need to do something with them, remove the waste. We have 35 million gallons of waste, high-activity radioactive waste that we need to remove. And we have 4 end states that we're planning. We have, we're going to close all the tanks operationally. We're going to vitrify the high-activity component of our waste. That's the highly radioactive part of the waste. We are going to treat and dispose of the low-level waste, which is the majority of the waste in the saltstone disposal units. And then we're going to take all those facilities and we're going to deactivate them by de-inventorying and flushing them. And then we're going to transfer them into decommissioning. And all of this is going to be done through 3 facilities. The DWPF, Defense Waste Processing Facility, Salt Waste Processing Facility, and Saltstone Production Facility. With that, we are also building saltstone disposal units that are going to be storing permanently the low-level waste. So just to remind you of what we're talking about, we have the waste that has come from the processing of irradiated targets and fuels in the canyons, H&F Canyon, and that waste from that process has come to our tanks for storage. And from that waste in the storage that we have in storage, we have about 35 million gallons. Right now, since in the March timeframe, the snapshot was 34.2 million gallons. The radioactivity is 227 million curies, and we have that divided in two kinds of waste, salt waste and sludge. The sludge is where we have very small amount, and that's where the insoluble solids are, and we have about 110 million curies. The majority of the volume is salt waste, and that's where we have cesium, which is a short-lived radioactive component, and we have just over half of the curies in the waste. You see that we are going to be processing the salt waste in the salt waste processing facility. The high activity component will go to DWPF. The low activity component will go into saltstone to combine with grout, make a grout, and it's going to be disposed in the saltstone disposal units. The high activity component in DWPF then will be vitrified, and then we're going to be storing them in canisters in the glass waste storage buildings. We have a total of 51 tanks, and 43 are active, 8 has been closed. Now, as you know, we have gone through a long process of acquisition, and we have now a new contractor in place. You met the key players. It's our integrated mission completion contract, and they have been working all year long in developing the strategy that we're going to use to complete the mission. And this time, the contract, different from the past, we are intending for this contract to be the last contract that we have to complete the mission. And this contract is 10 years, and we have one option to extend for 5 years. That's 15 years. So that means that our intention is to be mission complete by 2037. This time, we are using a little bit different approach as far as our contract is concerned. It's divided in task orders. I'm not intending to explain all that to you, but I just want you to understand what we're trying to do here. We're right now on task order 3 at the top, as you see here. And basically, we are taking this 15 months to get the contract in place in terms of developing the strategy, get all the facilities ready, moving forward. And we're developing what is going to be task order 6 and task order 7 that is going to take care of from FY24 all the way to FY31. And we're doing all the planning. We're going to be developing baselines. We're going to be negotiating costs. And the idea is to get us to the point that in the 5 years after that, we're going to be mission complete. So this is very important to us moving forward, make sure that we can achieve success. So what is different now than what we were doing before? We have a whole system that is operational. And with the startup of SWPF, we have the last piece available to us to take care of the majority of our waste. So now have been focusing on getting SWPF started up, and we're looking forward to see it ramping up and continue to be successful operating. And we are now going to make sure we're taking the whole system because it's so integrated that we're focusing on the system. That's what we're saying, that is holistic, to make sure that every part is taken care of and we're providing everything that is needed for the whole system to work together. SRMC has been developing a technical approach, and we have been partnering to make sure that we agree and that we are using the best available technology as far as developing our facilities to be successfully operated. And we are going to be focusing on reducing the biggest risk out front as we move forward. And that's what Mike is going to be explaining to you and how we're going to do that. We're looking at optimizing the processing approach, and we're going to be doing a lot of planning. We are using a simulation or a modeling approach where we can take a look at the whole strategy. We can look at every year. We can take a look at each facility and plan what every component needs to do to be able to get to the end. And we're going to be doing that involving our regulating agencies and discuss with them, as you heard from John Roberts, that we're in negotiations, we're in conversations, dialoguing to make sure that we're all in agreement moving forward on what the approach is going to be used, and that we're going to do it safely, and we're going to be reducing the risk, the biggest risk out front. So we have been partnering very strongly between the contractor and DOE and the regulating agencies to be able to establish this approach in a way that we are going to be able to accomplish our mission. So as you see, our primary initiatives is that to be able to get the system optimized and establish and implement all the improvements that we need to make the strategy work. And we're also taking a look at everything, all the services that are needed by the system, and make sure that we are optimizing the cost and reducing as much as we can the cost, and making the improvements to the work processes. There's a lot of emphasis in using small business in accomplishing this work, and it's going to be risk-based and state regulatory partnering that we are continuing to do right now with the regulating agencies. So now Mike is going to describe to you what that strategy is, what are the biggest components of that strategy, and how we are planning to do this and be done by 2037. Forward, back, and laser.
Thank you. All right, good morning to everybody. Once again, my name is Mike. So I do want to talk about the strategy that we're employing together with the Department of Energy. I want you to think risk, and risk is not a bad thing. Risk is something you need to manage and manage well. And so a big tenet of our new strategy since SRMC has come on board is to really go at the risk. And there's a big element up front, which is target the curies. Curies is where the risk is. So all gallons of waste are not the same. Some have a lot more curies of radioactivity. And so our plan is to go after that and to try to feed the heaviest curie or heaviest curie feeds to the front end of the mission. And then on the back end, we'll be dealing with volumes that are much lower curies, and I'll talk through that. So while we're focusing on that, high curies, high risk reduction, we'll continue to work on optimizing and increasing the throughputs of the plants. Anytime you bring a new plant online, like SWPF, and you integrate it with all the other plants, there's a combing out, if you will, of just working through issues to try to get everything at high octane, if you want to think of it that way, so that those plants can run at their maximum capacity. So while we're combing through those issues and going through a deliberate plan that steps up the throughput, we'll be feeding the highest curie material and getting the biggest bang for our buck, if you want to think about that. Tied in with that are things like you've heard of in the past. Next generation solvent is a different solvent that we're going to introduce into SWPF. Right now we're under a solvent that's called a Bob Calyx or Bob Calyx flow sheet. This is what we call max Calyx, different chemical constituents. And so part of this plan is to implement that at the right time when it helps us further drive up throughput. Right now, our biggest challenge is filtration at SWPF and integration between the plants, particularly between SWPF and DWPF. right now introducing a new solvent that has its own challenges and issues you have to work through can muddy the water sometimes because you can all of a sudden have other issues that you're dealing with when you're trying to work on first things first. So right now we're working on filtration improvements, and I'll talk through some of that. And at the right time, when we've got that maxed out, we're going to introduce the NGS solvent, which helps us drive up the caustic solvent extraction rates as far as SWPF. The second part of this risk reduction I want you to think about is getting out of the old style tanks, particularly the ones that are at or in the water table. And so a big focus early on is going after tanks like 9, 10, and 11, tank 15, and then we'll be doing 13 and 14, which are tanks that are sitting in the water table in H-Tank Farm. And so a big focus on how do we get out of those tanks faster than we originally planned, and we'll talk through that. Tied in with that, because y'all are familiar with the ticker system, which is the tank side cesium removal process, we're going to talk about some changes there that we're doing because it helps us get out of those tanks in the water table faster. So all of this begins with partnering. And so back in early summer, the Department of Energy, ourselves, South Carolina DHEC, EPA, we all started meeting to talk about let's lay out the vision and the plan and the strategy for these 15 years so that we can get this mission done. And so it was a very good effort of all the parties meeting regularly. And so we realigned and came up with, I'll call it our new values to finish the program, values and goals, which are on the screen. I'm going to go through those. And then we'll walk through the goals in the rest of this presentation. It aligns with our strategy of how we're approaching the mission. And so we all did agree to these and approve them on June 29th. And the values are pretty straightforward values. The first one is transparency between the regulators and between the department and ourselves. And so we started right up front back in the summer of laying out all our thoughts, our plans, the challenges, and tried to talk through them as a group just so that we are putting all the cards on the table and being transparent. We've tried to do that throughout the whole process. And even today, even though we don't have our agreement signed off yet, we're getting very close and there's good progress being made by all the parties. We've already started reporting on the things that we agreed to in the summer. We're giving them weekly reports on volume processing, curie reductions, status of the plants, and trying to keep a regular, transparent dialogue even without an agreement in place. And that's part of this transparency that we're trying to display collectively between each other. And that's been going very well. The other part is we wanted to ensure, as far as the value, that the strategy and plans have complete stakeholder engagement and input. And so that's been this partnering effort that's been going on for the last, since the summertime, is to try to make sure that we're all talking through the issues from all our perspective needs, if you will, from the various parties, and trying to make sure we are incorporating that into the strategy. The third value is to maximize the amount of curies that are vitrified. So we want the baddest curies, if you will, the longest activity curies. We want them, all those radionuclides in the glass, and so that's our goal, is to try to do that. That's how the whole process flow sheet is set up, is to vector those towards glass. And then we want to limit disposal of curies on site at SRS so that we can keep the residual radioactivity as low as reasonably possible, which is our ALERA basic principle. So all of those values are kind of like the main hierarchy, if you will, that then lead to very specific goals that are in order. And then we're going to walk through those, and then, like I said, the slides will then talk through those in more detail. The first one is to reduce the risk to the environment by removing the waste and closing tanks. That's what our mission is about for all of us, with the goal to complete the program by 2037. When we first took over the contract, we used the phrase finish in 15 as the mantra, if you will, to try to get everyone to capture the vision. And the goal of putting that out there in front of everybody, including our own workforce, was to try to get people thinking that every decision we make, every dollar we spend, everything that we do every day ought to be looked at with that lens. We shouldn't do something if it would compromise that occurring. And we should absolutely be going after all the things that help us achieve that objective. So it's a mindset. We've been using the term return on investment, which is a very common phrase for people, but trying to get everybody to think in terms of that for decisions they make every day in the plants, where they spend their money, where they spend the resources, et cetera. The second one was to reduce operational and environmental risk by aggressively removing the curies from the waste tanks. Once again, this is the risk reduction focus I talked about. Go after the curies. When we talk about safety space that we manage, and when you talk about safety in chemical and nuclear plants, a lot of times you'll talk about two main elements. You'll talk about material that's at risk, or what we call MAR, and then you'll talk about time at risk. And so when you evaluate a risk, You want to know how bad is the item, what could happen, and you want to know how long am I at risk for that occurring. And so the big tenet of the program, the first one is go after the material at risk. Try to get that as low as possible, as soon as possible. The third one, reduce the operational environmental risk by optimizing the operations. The goal of that is to minimize the liquid waste program life cycle. So now we're going after time at risk. We're trying to shorten the window of time at which those items will be at risk, and when you're done, the time at risk is gone because the mission is finished. So those are the two main elements in that order. And then the last item talks about completing waste removal and subsequent grouting of all waste tanks and ancillary structures with the risk-based priority order, and it has a sequence to it that defines that. First for tanks in the water table, followed by F tank farm tanks, followed by the remainder of waste tanks, followed by the ancillary structures, things like FDB 5 and 6 that we just closed this month, and then recognizing the potential for future emergent conditions or opportunities when they pop up. So once again, trying to keep the risk-based sequence in order. So let's talk about the first goal, the program completed in 15 years or by 2037. Sonny alluded to this or talked to it, that we've got very detailed modeling in place. We hired a company called DBD out of the United Kingdom that's part of our team. They are very renowned for doing detailed process modeling. And so they have been enhancing and developing a very detailed model for us to use with the liquid waste program to help us do things like evaluate things that we want to do. Go back to return on investment that I mentioned. We want to make sure that we're focusing on the right elements of the program so that we're maximizing both the material at risk being reduced and the time at risk. So they're there to run scenarios that kind of help us sharpen the edge, if you will, on the things that we're attacking to help us achieve the ultimate objectives. So their model is one of the more sophisticated models we've ever seen. It's got two main elements. We refer to it as POM and TOM. POM is the program optimization model. Think about that as like just things like transfer rates, availability of the plants, components failing. It's looking at just the logistics of transfers being made, operations occurring with solvent extraction, those type things. The TOM model is the technical optimization model. It's looking at all the chemistry. So it's looking at if we transfer this salt batch and mix it with this sludge batch, what does that do for glass chemistry? Is there an optimum way to batch up things that gets you still good glass chemistry and meet your product requirements, but ways that you can do it faster and don't get outside of that window? So it's looking at that, and then those two together talk to each other as we go through scenarios, we go through plans. And the last piece of this model, which will actually happen beyond task order 3, where you see the mission control, we'll start laying in cost and budget type data that then will give us the ability real time to even run those scenarios. Right now, we'll do the process optimization and chemicals and let those models run, and then we're behind the scenes doing, we're looking at the dollars and making sure that it fits the profiles and we can afford to do that. Eventually, that'll all be automated in the model as well. So lots of opportunity here with this model. That model is actively working to put the system plan, Rev 23, in place. We owe that to the department in December. And so we're getting very close to getting that draft out to submit to them, and that'll go through a review process into the early part of the year. And then at that point, it would get approved and published. So that's what a lot of the focus is on right now. Beyond that system plan, then we'll continue to do modeling to further refine how we attack various issues to try to, once again, shorten the mission, get the material risk down. So that's the first goal, get the mission done in 15 years. Second goal that I mentioned is removing the curies. And what this graph shows you is the last system plan, Rev 22, and the plan when SRMC came into place, had a steady curie reduction. You can see the gray line at the top kind of reflects that. This is a period of time from pretty much the beginning of our contract to the end of fiscal 25. And you can see there's some steady reduction on that graph, but the new plan is the blue line. And this goes after reflecting not only increasing the throughputs through the plant, but also feeding the high curie material so that you get more reduction, if you will, in the same period of time. So that is part of the big change in strategy. The table that you probably can see on your hard copies reflects the high curie batches. The high curie batches are out through batch 19, and there's two main elements to these that I wanted to talk through. One is that we're increasing the curies per gallon, which you can see in the tables, and the range of those in that table are in the range of 1.3 to 2.5, And these are the cesium curies per gallon. Doesn't include the actinides, which then further drives up the activity. But we use cesium as kind of the benchmark, so as that goes, the others go higher as well. But prior to this, we were feeding batches that nominally were about a half a curie per gallon that we fed to SWPF. All these batches are in the range of 1.3 to 2.5. Once again, part of what you're seeing in the line going down more significantly in these 3 years. So that's one element of it. That's part of the risk element. The sodium molarity, which nominally we strive for around 644 on salt batches. If you look at the sodium molarity tables, most of those are much higher than 644. They're in the 6.9 to 7 range for the most part. Think of that as more waste per gallon going through. The more salt that we dissolve and concentrate into liquid and push through in 1 gallon process, the more waste that you're getting through the system compared to more dilute feed that you'd run through. You'd have to run more gallons to get the same amount of waste through. So 2 big things happen with this new strategy through batch 19. It drives the molarity up, which is good. More waste is concentrated per gallon, and the activity level, the amount of radionuclides with the curie activities is up as well. So that's a big part of this risk strategy, removing the curies. And the other part of removing these curies is making sure we're getting them out of the tanks that are more at risk, back to the tanks in the water table that I mentioned. So we'll talk about that a little further on another slide, where we're making some changes that get us out of those tanks faster than we originally had planned. So to further think about curies, and I started to talk about this a little bit on the last slide, think about miles per gallon with your car and gasoline. You can have a car that's a small car that may get, I don't know, pick a number, 40 miles to the gallon. You may have a big truck that gets 15 miles to the gallon. You can put 10 gallons in each car, and one's going to go a lot further, right? That is the whole concept with curies per gallon. Think of that. Even though we'll process the same amount of gallons through the plant in a period of time, with more curies per gallon, we're getting a lot more risk reduction in the same period of time with those gallons. So that is directly analogous. And to give you a comparison, during task order 3 that we're currently under, it's a 15-month task order, but it's about 13.3 months of production. The rest of the time we're in a couple of major outages, a site steam outage and also a glycolic outage, where we're finishing the glycolic flow sheet change in DWPF that helps us with throughput in DWPF. If you look at those 13.3 months, these are the range of possibilities, what we like to call the art of the possible, for how many curies will get processed out of the tank farms in that time. The bottom red line where you see 5.7 million curies is about a 2.5 million gallon throughput rate. The 8.7 number is that number is slightly higher than that. It was around about a 3.3 number. The 13.6 number, I think, is around the 4.5 million rate, which is what we're running right now. We've been running 4.5 million, which we'll talk about on another slide. And the 20.9 million curies is if we get up to 6 million curies in that period of time. Compare that to the table you see on the left from 2014 through 2022, when all the curies processed out of the system, whether it was through ARPMCU, SWPF in the last year, ticker, all combined, we did just under 19 million curies in that 8-year period. So you see the ramp-up rate that you're getting both from the higher curie strategy and as we continue to drive up the throughput of SWPF and the rest of the integrated plants. So that is the curie reduction piece of it. Now we're going to talk about the third goal that I mentioned on the goal slide, which is optimizing the operations, with the whole target of that is to minimize the life cycle of the plants, to get to the end point as soon as we can so the risk is done and we can shut them down. So the objective here is first to get the availability of the plants up. Early on when you bring a new plant online, a lot of times you can have some I'll call it working out the kinks between all these integrated gears, where one plant has a problem and they go down and the other plant next to them that has to run to support them is not quite ready. So as you first start up, you kind of work through that. And so the very first thing we worked on when we took over was improving the integrated operations. And that item is complete, done very early in our contract. And then the goal after you get that part tight and working well like it is now is to now work very deliberately on making changes. And this graph specifically is looking at changes to SWPF filtration. These are the deliberate steps we're taking to work our way up the production curve. And you want to stagger these usually about a couple months apart so that you can see the full effect of a change, understand if it's good or bad and how good or bad it is before you introduce the next change. One of the worst things you can do in a plant is like introduce 4 changes and all kinds of things are changing and you don't know which one is helping, which one's hurting, or if they're competing against each other. So we've already implemented the cleaning solution disposition. We did that back in the late August timeframe. That has been highly successful in helping the filtration rate to make a big step change. What we have seen is when you do filtration, you run through 7 process cycles, continuing to concentrate the batch, and you look at the end of the 7th cycle as your real measure for how well this is helping. And this one change has helped filtration rates improve by 45% when you look at the very 7th batch of that cycle, which is a big step change. It's been one of the big drivers that has helped us go from a 2 million gallon SWPF throughput rate the first year of ops that right now we're running at 4.5 million integrated in the system. So we're seeing the step up. The very next change, which we started to do this past month, which is deploy the SWPF filter aids. That is a flock or a sludge simulant that we put in that helps these crossflow filters perform better. It helps the fines accumulate or conglomerate together so that they don't plug the pores of the filter and help it filter appropriately. We started on that, and for some other process reasons, we had to pause it. And so we're going to move into the reduced MST, which we're going to do right at the end of December and into the month of January. And then we'll then do the rest of the filter aid demo on the backside of that about 2 months later. So once again, our goal is to step this process up. And like I said, right now we're on a 4.5 million rate with our goals to go higher and to keep working this up. NGS, once we get this up to throughput or top throughput, like in the 6 to 7 million range, that is when that's the right time to introduce NGS. Right now, we have tentatively slated that for the end of fiscal 25, which will be when all the high curie batches have been completed. But we're looking at pulling that back to perhaps as early as the beginning of FY24. And once again, this graph and these optimizations are going to help us determine the exact perfect spot to introduce it to the system. So the third goal that I started talking on the last slide is now continued with the rest of the liquid waste plan. So the last graph talked about SWPF and how do we optimize the operations that help us minimize the life cycle. This graph reflects all the optimizations that we're deploying in all of the plants, including SWPF. And if you have a hard copy, you can probably see it, but there's a legend up here, it's color-coded. This tells you where the optimization is targeted for, which means across the liquid waste system, we are putting in various optimizations to help those plants do their part to support the integrated production. The 2 most important ones, as I mentioned earlier, is DWPF and SWPF. To get the top throughputs we're talking about, DWPF and SWPF have to run in the 73 to 75% availability range because they're very tightly coupled. They're a few hours apart if you want to think of it that way and how coupled they are. The other plants have more surge capacity, have a lot less availability requirements. If you think of Saltstone, it only has to run 20-30% of the time to keep up with the kind of throughput rates we're talking about. And there's a very large 1 million gallon tank between SWPF and Saltstone that they put that waste into the tank farm in tank 50. So you could be down for a while dealing with a problem while you then let that waste accumulate and then start running and work it off. So big focus is we're doing things in each of the plants to optimize, but the biggest focus is on DWPF and SWPF. So when you look at things like the colors, the green, which is DWPF, you see a lot of things. SWPF, you see a lot of the yellows. And so we have completed a bunch of items down here that you can see. We have many in progress. We have a bunch that are in progress that you can see we're tracking to specific points in time on our time frame. And then we have a big box out here that you'll see that are in planning. They're in different stages of planning, where the key thing here is our model is going to help us determine when's the right time to deploy that. We may determine some of those in the planning box we may never deploy. We may get to the point that we don't need to do anymore in a particular area, and the model is showing us that. A good example is the filtration curve that I was on. You saw that I had numerous items. If the one we deploy tomorrow takes us to full filtration with no limitations, we won't have to do any of the other ones. We've achieved max design throughput. So we'll be doing that. And so we've had a bunch of these that have been very helpful. Down here, things like higher curie processing, which we've already talked about, and you'll see many others that we can talk about when we get to Q&A if anybody's got questions. But we just wanted you to know there's a strategy. The whole purpose of this graphic is really just to show there is a strategy to the optimizations, there is a timing, and there is a goal. And the goal is to get to the mission done as soon as possible and to implement the ones that have the most benefit so we spend our dollars and our resources in the right place for ultimate success. So the fourth goal talks about completing the waste removal and grouting all the waste tanks and ancillary structures. And this goes back to the priority sequence once again. So once again, tanks in the water table that you can see in H Tank Farm, which are tanks 9 through 16. 2 of those are already closed and grouted. That's 12 and 16. But the other 6 we're actively working on. And so tanks 9, 10, and 11, lots of activity there right now. And then tank 15, which is getting sludge out, and we're using 13 as a hub tank. So 15 and 13, lots of activity. So those tanks are our first priority. The second priority behind that are the F Tank Farm tanks, with a sub-priority that's in the very first ones are the old style tanks that are over in F Tank Farm, which are tanks 1 through 8, of which 2 of those are already closed and grouted, 5 and 6. So those are the first priority there. The rest are the F Tank Farm. The third is the remainder of the waste tanks in H Tank Farm. And then fourth, the ancillary structures. And once again, risk-based approach, priority sequencing, think grouping. You can do things more economically if you group them. So while we'll be targeting waste removal based on risk reduction, when it comes time to do things like to isolate, to finish the final cleaning so that you can grout the tanks, we'll be thinking of doing those in groups so that you can, in essence, do them more cost effectively so that you can keep your maximum investment in the waste removal risk reduction side. So I did want to talk, as I did on the earlier slide, about ticker. I wanted to say first and foremost, we completed the ticker demo. It was successful. It showed the process works. And our focus now that that is done, is on SWPF. One thing we did see is ticker was a little more expensive to operate for the curies that are removed than we had hoped for. Part of that is just the nature of the columns and the material that's in those columns and how much it cost. So anyway, it was a successful demo. And I also wanted to cover the purposes. Ticker was deployed at a time when SWPF was going through some startup pauses and delays as they worked through their big construction schedule. And so putting ticker in at that time was absolutely a smart and wise decision because it helped us further accelerate risk reduction in the tanks and the water table while SWPF was not up and available to process. But that changes when SWPF came online. And as SWPF has come online, we've now looked at multiple scenarios. We've looked at scenarios using ticker and without, and we determined we could get out of these tanks in the water table much faster if we pulled ticker to the side, paused the continued use of it, and perhaps use it later in our mission at the right time. And so that's in fact what we're doing. We're accelerating getting out of tanks 9 through 11, which is where ticker was deployed. Ticker was stationed right next to those tanks, and it was working to do waste removal 9 and 10 out through tank 11. And so now if you look at this table over here to the right, System Plan 22 dates, you can see bulk waste removal date for tank 9 was forecasted FY26. Heel removals for all 4 of these tanks that I've been mentioning, you can see the years here, and you can see grout completion dates. What our existing System Plan Rev 22 was reflecting. With the new strategy that we're putting in place, we believe we can get BWR and heel removal complete for 9, 10, 11, and 15 by the end of 2024, which is an acceleration from these 27 and 28 dates here. And we believe we can enter the closure process on these 4 tanks as early as 2025 and finish grouting by 2027 compared to these dates here. And that's because we're able to get the waste out faster. We go in with, I'll call it bigger pump mods that can slurry the waste faster and get it out to other tanks that are out of the water table and put them in what we call hub tanks where we stage that material to get ready to make up the next salt batch and make that a focus for us. So this is what has led to us pausing ticker for now. As the mission progresses and we get in low curie feeds, there may be a place that ticker works well to help us finish the mission as early as possible. But right now, SWPF can help us get out of these tanks faster, and that's where we're focused. So once again, back to the big strategy. I did put a picture of FDB5 operational closure, which was just completed with grouting the concrete over top of it. So the FDB5 and 6 is an ancillary structure. But our focus going forward is going to be invest the resources and the dollars on the waste removal, getting the tanks empty, getting to preliminary cease waste removal, getting bulk waste removal and heel removals done, getting the risk down, and trying to make sure we maximize this as much as possible with our resources. And then do the final cleaning and grouting as we can. We're not going to not do it, but we're going to fit it in as best we can around our first priority of getting the risk down. And we'll look for opportunities to pay for work early, as we may find opportunities to maybe get 4 tanks, maybe the tanks in the water table, and find a way that we can afford to go ahead and grout them earlier and do that, because that'll be a priority to everyone. So that's the strategy. So kind of to close, back to what our strategic vision is, it's to finish in 15. It's to get done by 2037. Everything we need, we said this in a previous presentation, everything we need to do this mission is in place. All the plants are there, they're all interconnected. Our efforts are going to focus on the risk reduction. And as I said on the intro of the talk, we're having everybody on our team look at it through the lens of, does it help us or hurt us finishing in 15 on what we're doing? We're going to invest more early in the integrated operations, optimizing the plants, waste removal, risk reduction. And then there's going to be opportunities on the back end to even drive the throughput higher with lower curie feeds, that we can really crank the plants even up more, and to grout tanks more efficiently and at less cost when we're doing them in groupings together that make geographic kind of sense from a cost perspective. So that is the strategic vision, and with that, I was going to open the floor to Sonny and I for any questions you may have.
As we move into Q&A, I'm going to ask our next presenter to come up and go ahead and get mic'd up for our next presentation. And we will start with Narinder, because I see your card first.
Narinder Malik, CAB. Mike and Sunny, thank you very much for presenting a beautiful presentation. My question is, I'm taking a little bit deviation from the presentation you've done. Do you have any strategic planning for using the coal ash, which is sitting at the site, for tank closure and for the
Yeah, you're talking about how to close like the SDUs or waste tanks?
Yeah.
Yes, so I know there's been some effort thinking, would it help us when we go to backfill around the SDUs, but I don't know how far that's been looked at. But there's been discussions at least on, is there a way to use that material as we get to final closure states? But Jim or Sonny, anything else to add?
My question is, because these coal ash might have like heavy metals, so if we use that, will it be okay to meet the RCRA requirements for the landfill, sanitary landfill, solid waste landfills? And secondly, will it have the characteristics to be cementitious? Those are my questions.
Yeah.
I think Angela would like to utilize phone a friend.
Good morning, Angela Holmes, DOE, Savannah River.
Sorry, can you?
And we are looking and working with our regulatory community to use the ash that is in the remaining basins at the site as fill material. That material will be used, we will have a base layer of fill, then we will use the ash from those remaining ash basins, and it will all be covered with the Class 3 cover. Okay.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Jerry Mossbarger, CAB. On slide 6, I'm just curious what is meant by the term enhanced workforce.
This small business utilization is what's tied with that, which is we're trying to make sure that for the labor that we're employing on different tasks, that we're doing the most smartest thing with those dollars. So a big focus on that is maybe there's something we self-perform today that perhaps a small business could do more economically for us, and that we should carve that business off to them as a subcontractor to us. That's one of the examples.
Okay. Slide 8. Just curious is what is meant by limit the disposal of curies on site so that residual radioactivity is as low as reasonably achievable.
Yeah.
What is reasonably achievable defined as?
Yeah, I think that ultimately we go back to the PA that we have in place, kind of that we have to meet for how clean we have to get the tanks, as clean as reasonably practical. At some point, you define that you can meet your PA performance objectives and you've cleaned it well enough. So our goal with this is to try to get as much waste as we can out of everything that's left behind, and to try to get as much of the higher curie materials and the higher radioactivity elements into the glass. Our whole flow sheet's set up around that. But at the end of the day, there is some residual, and this says keep that as low as possible, is what that really is kind of saying.
Okay. Also on slide 8, the last sentence says, the potential for future emergent conditions or opportunities. What are those?
Yeah, so the goal of the priority sequence would say for every dollar you have, put it on the highest risk at the top. In other words, if the dollar helps you get more curie risk and waste out of a waste tank, do that over maybe, let's say, grouting an ancillary structure, which has very little risk reduction. So that's saying that every dollar we get should go to the top of the list, and the bottom of the list probably won't get as much of the dollars. The last part of that says things will pop up that will be an opportunity that says, I don't know, perhaps we've looked at it and we're spending everything that we need to and we're maximizing the waste out, and we're saying, okay, with this portion of the budget that's left, maybe we can go grout 4 of the tanks that we just emptied, and let's go do that right now. Even though you would say that's towards the kind of the bottom part of the list, it would say we have the opportunity to go ahead and finish those. And that's kind of what that sentence is alluding to. That even though we're trying to put the dollars at the top, get the risk down, we'll have opportunities that's like, we're good. We're getting everything we need out. Let's maybe close some tanks, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, Cab. I apologize, this question was asked a couple of times yesterday, and Narendra alluded to it, and I still don't hear the answer to the question that I thought was being asked, which is, on coal ash, with all the issues of heavy metals, if you use it as backfill, what happens because it has no bottom cover? Why doesn't it seep into the water table? That part of the heavy metals.
I could give you an answer, but I may wait to one of the, I'll tell you my answer, and then the back of the room can help me. So the clay cap that we put over it helps to watershed so that you're not having water go down through it that would disperse it. That's part of the engineer. It's an engineered, clay cap that we do that tries to deflect the water. So that's keeps it in place. The same approach even works when we fill all the tanks up and grout them and all. Part of that, you put a clay cap to watershed away from those areas. So, and I'll defer to the back of the room for any
Susan,
additional
I
words.
think you had
Yeah,
some.
I just want to add, so that's part of the answer. And the rest is that we're not going to allow them to put in coal ash that has heavy metal that exceeds some threshold that we determine. So
Gotcha.
there are criteria that they have to meet in order to use that ash for beneficial reuse. So that they've done some sampling of it, and it looks like it may be viable. This is not ash that was generated, recently. This is pretty old ash. So a lot of that leaching has already occurred. So there will be further testing before we allow and approve that to happen.
Okay, so you don't expect that when the ground is wet, that it'll be a problem of more seepage?
Right, so that's the other part of it. So one is that we're not going to allow them to put something that has an
Right.
exceedance that is going to be problematic, where we would have leaching. But we're also going to have that impermeable cap to prevent rain infiltration to get down to the
So-
curb or leach anything that would be there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Susan.
Charles?
Charles Hilton, Cab. Thank you, this was fascinating. Slide 11, if I'm understanding this, if a lot of good things happen, maximizing flow put in SWP, and you get your 6 million, you're gonna get rid of basically 10% of the curies in 13 months.
That's right. If we got 6 million
That's-
up here.
That's a pretty good point that y'all have. You need to be telling the public that. I haven't seen it this way before, and that's pretty remarkable. My other question, I know you're changing your process in SWP. I think you just did it with the filtration aid something.
Yeah.
I know we just went through this in DWP with the glycolic acid. Is the problem with what you were using, I know it was with the formic in DWP, it's always hydrogen buildup. That's the same thing in the tank farm. Everywhere you go, you get hydrogen buildup, which is not a good thing.
Right.
Is that what's going on in SWP? Hydrogen, is that your problem?
It is
Or is
not.
it efficiency?
No, it's not our problem there. We have the potential and it's managed there, but that's not the problem. The problem is just direct filtration rate through the crossflow filters. They're designed to run at a rate that if you had instantaneous rate, with the Bob Kellig's flow sheet, they'd be in the range of like 9 million, but that's 100% availability, which no plant does. So if you use 75%, it's in the 6 to 7 million range running through those. We're not achieving that with that right now. We're running at a 4.5 rate, and what's choking us the most right now is filtration. So our filters are not performing as they did in the test. So there's something in the radioactive waste in combination with the process that's limiting it. It has nothing. Hydrogen is not an issue. It's a mechanical, it's a filtration principle that something is going on with the waste. And so one of the things that was is as we cleaned the system, it went to a tank and got reprocessed to the filters. We found that was definitely affecting the filtration rate. So that change is done and is making good improvements. The next thing, and we know this from ARP-MCU when we ran it, is that when we cut the amount of MST down, filtration rates will go up further. And then the last thing is you put an aid in there, which is adding the sludge simulant that can help drive it further. And we will see after we do reduced MST if we need to do that or not. Because we've already gotten a good step change with the cleaning solutions going a different path. And now with reduced MST, we expect another step change. And then if we need another one, we'll add the simulant. But it's not hydrogen related that's affecting filtration.
Okay. I think everybody knows I've kind of watched these filtration rates up and down as we've gone through this. You're not going to like this question.
That's okay.
Probability of being able to achieve the 6 million in the next reasonable period of time.
Yeah, I'll just tell you.
I mean, that's optimum. I mean, you've told us that, but what's probability?
Yeah, I'll tell you that in task order 3, I don't think we will achieve 6 where we are today in task order 3. We're running at a 4.5 rate. I think we'll get to a 6 rate in task order 3, but to get through 6 million, you'd have to be running at that rate with 75% availability for the whole year, and we haven't been. We started at 2, we've worked our way up to 4.5, and we expect that we're going to get up to a 6 rate by the end of the task order. But that would say you ran 6 million rate the whole year at 75% availability. So I think we're going to be between these two numbers by the end of the year, but that's still a good place to be.
So task order 6, whatever we talk about,
Yep.
without looking at my notes, that ends in 2023?
So task order 3 ends at the end of FY23, and then task order 6, which is the processing continues, starts right after that, beginning of FY24.
So you're telling me that the 13 months to get rid of 10% of this stuff is highly achievable?
Yeah, well, I believe we're going to, I believe we're going to end up somewhere between these two numbers.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from around the table? Seeing none. Folks, thank you so much.
Okay, sure, you're welcome.
Up next, we have Davila Clark with the U.S. Forest Service. And forwards, backwards, laser. Okay. The PDF. You should go to full screen of PDF and then I'll give it just a second. All right.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, while they're getting that together, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As you can see, my name is Davila Clark. I'm the forest manager for the Forest Service Savannah River on site there. I know it's been a while since we've had this event. Want to thank the CAB for having us. Really been looking forward to coming here and sharing some good information with you. Look like they got me up and running. Let me check my arrows, okay. So before I get started, I want to thank, with me, I got a few people. Want to thank our Public Affairs Officer, Joe Orris, who's with me. Thank you, Joe, for getting this together and working with the Department of Energy Communications team for pulling together this presentation. They did the hard work. Now I get to do the easy work of presenting. Got Randall Sutton with us as well, works with our research team. They're gonna tag team it and help me if you have some tough questions, bail me out and help me out with some of that. But definitely, again, just a pleasure for us to be here. Got some good information for you. Gonna showcase some of the great restoration work that we do on site. A lot of restoration work is underway, managing about a 200,000 healthy forest on site. And as you can see here, one of the things we want to talk about and showcase here is how we convene with key stakeholders. Again, I want to stress that. Everything that we do, we don't do it alone. We work with a whole host of partners and teams to pull off what we do across all lands to provide clean air, water, and healthy, sustainable forests. So we're definitely proud about that, and I hope to showcase some of that good work here today. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, good deal. Okay. When we began, so as you know, the site began back in the 50s. We came on board in 1952 under an interagency agreement, under a contract. And as you know, a lot of the land on site had been cleared and was open. So our task was to come on board and to plant a series of trees and to promote a healthy forest that would provide cover across the site. And in addition to just planting trees, there's so many benefits of having a healthy forest, and we're going to showcase some of that here with you today. So, like I said, over 65% of the land had been cleared. And in the first 2 years, we planted over 10 million trees. And as you can see here, this is some of the original old photos. As you can see, some of the plantings that took place on site. And so with that, you know, we're in 2022 now. A lot of these trees that have been planted, now the lifespan of a pine tree is somewhere around 80 to 90 years old. So we're on the tail end of these trees' lifespan. So a lot of these trees that were originally planted now are providing mature timber for a lot of our threatened and endangered species, such as the red cockaded woodpecker and other old species that prefer later succession habitat. So with that, currently we're still working under what we call an interagency agreement. We work with DOE. It's on 5-year intervals where every 5 years we get funding to do our management activities. We provide updates constantly throughout the year, tracking how we're making progress. There are accomplishments that we have to report out on, such as timber volume, acres treated with our various restoration activities. We report those things and track them annually. We have to meet those accomplishments. So we got a lot of good things going there with our interagency agreement. These are all of our programs here. We have natural resources, which includes wildlife, botany, and timber management. We have a fire program, research, engineering, operations, which is kind of our admin section, safety program, and public affairs. So a wide variety of different programs, a lot of different programs and functions as it relates to our overall operations. One of the things we want to showcase here, where we're going overall as an agency with USDA, is getting away from, like I said, just doing forest management alone on our individual local unit. As you all know, we're looking at things now from a regional and sub-regional levels. So with that, as an agency, we have now went from being just state by state, where we're in conjunction and working in sub-regions with a host of various other states with our management activities, and being intentional with the work that we're doing across multiple landscapes that will benefit sub-regions. So currently, we're within the southeastern Gulf Atlantic sub-region, which includes South Carolina, Florida, and Puerto Rico, are the three forests that we're affiliated with and who we do our large veg management planning efforts with across unit boundaries. Another thing that we want to showcase along the lines of moving more towards a sub-regional management approach is that we're also part of the Shared Stewardship Forestry Agreement here in South Carolina. It pretty much consists of pretty much all of your natural resources agencies, state and federal, non-for-profit organizations such as the Nature Conservancy, the Turkey Federation, all these conservation groups and entities that are within South Carolina are part of this. And the Francis Marion and Sumter National Forest is also part of that as well. And so what we're going to be doing is coming together on an annual basis and determining what work we want to do collaboratively that will benefit not only the whole state, looking at the various sub-regions and having a bigger impact that will promote clean air, clean water for the entire state. We're going to be hosting, and the governor will be signing off on this agreement. That will be taking place next month. There will be a big celebration. It'll be promoted in the state papers and things of that nature. But as an agency, we're going more towards doing these shared stewardships where we're not, as a federal agency, not working alone, but working in tandem with our state and local governments to promote forest management activities. So we're proud to be part of that agreement here in South Carolina and looking forward to the products of that agreement. And hopefully next year when we come back, we'll be able to showcase some of the work collaboratively that's going to be part of this agreement with you next year. Okay, we have various outreach programs. A lot of what we do is to promote and be engaged in working with our local communities and groups to promote our activities. Everything, this encompasses everything. This just lists a couple of the functions that we do with our outreach program. We host mobility impaired hunts, wild turkey hunts, fishing tournaments for our wounded warriors in various groups and things of that nature. We're proud of that. That's some of the pictures from some of those events. We also partner with other entities on site to do pollinators, things of that nature. And we also are in our communities participating in our local parades, events at schools, you name it, fairs, career expos. We're part of those events. And if we'd like to continue to partner with the CAB, if there are some events that we're currently not participating in that you all may be aware of, we welcome that and fit it into our calendar of events. As you all know, Smoky Bear is a highlight of a lot of people's events and things of that nature, and we can make him available to get into the schools and other events to make him available to participate in that. So if there's more opportunities for us, we'd love to hear from you and see what we can do to serve. But it's all about getting into the community and giving back to the communities that we serve and are surrounded by. These are some of the other outreach programs: environmental education, recent Spooky Forest events where the kids came out. Future events, we're going to be looking to do more outreach events, like when we do the turkey hunts and the fishing events. We're under the way working with the DNR to enhance an area where we're going to have a dove hunt. We're going to be hoping to bring that online probably around spring or sometime next year, clearing that. But we're just looking for creative ways to have a wide range of different activities that'll meet a lot of people's needs. And so one of the things that we want to do is working closely with the state, with Cracker Neck, and seeing how we can partner and have that kind of as a gateway into the forest for our sportsmen and things of that nature. We're even interested in possibility of trying to see if there may be some opportunities for some interpretive small hiking trails to promote some of the great work that we're doing. I don't know if SREL, Gene Rhodes, them are looking at developing around our UGA Center, doing some interpretive trails to showcase a lot of the management areas, management activities that's going to be going on in those areas. So we'll be partnering with them, seeing if there's some interpretive trails where people want to take a nice walk and learn about forest management. They'll be able to do that. So as a whole on site, we're working with a whole plethora of different groups and teams to see how we can do a better job of being great stewards and promoting the great work that's taking place to create this healthy forest that's right in a lot of our backyards. So there we are. So that's what I was talking about, interpretive trails and things of that nature. Those things are underway. So hopefully, like I said, in the next year or so, we'll be able to have some concrete results that we can share and make people aware of and present on where we're at with those activities. Okay, staffing. So we have on staff about, when we're fully staffed, we have about 100 full-time employees. And so this is where we like to partner with the CAB, is that as an agency, you know, this past 2 years with the pandemic and everything, we've had a lot of vacancies. We've averaged about 35 vacancies that have been real hard to fill. And where we're going as an agency, we have a new chief, Chief Randy Moore, and as a Forest Service unit, where we're going is with these national hiring events, where the entire agency will be advertising positions throughout the entire Forest Service across the nation. So this year was the first year we did this, and we didn't have quite the amount of time. It came upon us real fast, where we didn't get a good job of working with our local networks to make people in the local areas aware of these opportunities so they could go into USA Jobs and put their resumes in and select, you know, New Ellington, South Carolina, for a duty station where they could be considered for these various positions. And so with that, we had about 35 vacancies, and we went through this national hiring event, and no one selected us for a duty station. So out of those 35, we probably were able to fill about 4 or 5 positions. So we still have a lot of vacancies, and we're going to be working on advertising those positions again. So every year they're going to be scheduled at a certain period of time. So we want to work with you all to make you all aware. And these positions range from anything from entry-level positions to longer tenured career opportunities, you know, ranging from a GS5 all the way up to GS12s. And you saw the various programs that we have: engineering, fire, natural resources, admin positions, you name it, we have vacancies. So there will be a lot of opportunities, and we really want to work a lot with you all in the local universities and things of that nature, high schools. If an individual is interested in interns to pursue forest management or conservation as a career field, there'll be internship opportunities. We'd like to grow our own, so to speak, and be able to outreach in the local communities and make people aware of these opportunities when they come about, so that I know these are good paying jobs, a lot of good benefits. We're a great agency to work for. Got a good team of dedicated employees that would take a good individual under their wing and train and develop them. So we'd love to work with you all on if there's a website or something where we could post where our vacancies are going to be and help people apply for those jobs when they come about. And this just lists some of the things. We're working with a recruitment team that's going to be working locally, just what I shared with you. We got YCC, the Youth Corps Conservation Group, Job Corps, just a whole bunch of different entities we're working with to promote these vacancies when they come about. So more to come there. How we support the mission. So we do a lot of things, like I said, it's all about restoration with us. And with that, a byproduct, one of the big programs that we have is with our forest management activities, is our timber harvest activities. You know, to promote a healthy, we use a healthy forest. We do veg management, where we do timber sales to remove the undesirable tree species and sell the timber. Stimulates our local economies. A lot of the loggers in the area depend on the timber that we provide off-site for their businesses. And that seems to be going well for us. The other thing is the byproduct is with our fire program, we do a lot of prescribed burning and things of that nature. As you can see here, we have 8 federally listed threatened and endangered species. One in particular, the red cockaded woodpecker. It requires having open park-like understory. So prescribed burning is the way we can most cost effectively keep that, meet that habitat management objective. So as you can see, we went from 4 birds in '86 to now we have 550 in our latest count, and that's significant over a short period of time. So a lot of forest management activities are ongoing. Like I said, and we've been recognized for a lot of our partnerships and things of this nature. This is one of the other unique features that we have on site you all may be aware of, is our phytoremediation facility. It's about a 62-acre irrigation system where we got 62 acres of pine trees that that have been planted. We have groundwater which is contaminated with tritium, which we have a holding pond where we irrigate those trees across 62 acres. We have an irrigation system where we pump water into the trees, and that's the way we treat this tritium contaminated water. We irrigate the trees take up through their root systems, they pump this contaminated water into the trees, and it goes through the tree and it goes up through and evapotranspirates and creates clean air, and it's a way of removing the tritium from the groundwater. We've been doing this now a little bit over 20 years, about 21 years, and as you can see, we've pumped about, 2 million water supply for 2 million, but we pumped, I forget how many million, it's not on here, but millions of gallons of water have been treated over that 21 year period. It's been a significant savings. If they had remediated this the way they traditionally do, it would have saved about $168 million. That's a significant savings of our taxpayer dollars. That's good use of it. And as you can see, we spend for this facility about $600,000 a year as opposed to $9 million a year with a traditional system. But this has been underway for 21 years. We've recently received a DOE award for sustainability. We've also been recognized within the Forest Service for we're in competition now for a national award within USDA for the creativeness of this project and the success. And that cost savings is, and like I said, it's mainly, the cost saving is big, but the greater thing is about the clean water that we're able to provide downstream for Savannah, for 2 million South Carolina and Georgia residents. So we're very proud of this facility. And down there, we have about 4 to 5 permanent employees that run this facility year-round to make sure that it's fully functional. Here we got a little bit of information we want to share with you. On a 200,000-acre forest, and we have all these facilities, thousands of people coming into these facilities, doing the great work that you've been learning about from the other presenters about the various facilities on site. So being surrounded by a forest, there's going to be impacts, with wildlife. And so with that, one of the things we've taken on the last couple of years is the removal of these critters and creatures. As you can see, we got everything from gators to feral hogs to bee nests, you name it, we've dealt with it. But we have a dedicated wildlife team that works hard and keeping us safe and keeping our employees safe. As you can see over the past, let's see, where is that? We've taken over the last 3 years about 800 calls, and we've removed approximately, well, that's in addition to we hadn't had that many at the buildings. We hadn't had 12,000 feral hogs at the buildings. That's with our whole program that we've removed. But we got a lot of calls, and around spring and around this time when things are starting to get cool, the critters are going in. for the winter and stuff, so we get a lot of calls. It's seasonal when we pick up the calls, but these individuals are truly dedicated. They're on call 24/7, very dedicated, and we're proud of that program. Some of the other things that we do, we work a lot with our universities and school. A lot of research activities are ongoing. We have Randall here, who's part of our research team. We work with, within the Forest Service, we have a research division. And a lot of the work that we do, not every forest has a research program, so that's unique to Savannah River. We have staff on board, but this is just some of the few things that we have underway. They've been recognized for awards for the use of non-merchantable timber. We're always looking to improve our operations, make them more effective and efficient. And that's some of the examples that you see here. A lot of studies going on with everything from turkey to feral hogs to even LIDAR, which is a vegetation analysis, which can use infrared, satellites imagery, where we can, instead of going out and doing labor-intensive forest measurements of trees, they're able to measure from the canopy and things the density and the basal area of the trees and the health of the forest from above. And so just some examples of how we're using the latest technology right here in our backyard that's going to be applied not only on site but across the nation with forest management activities. So proud of that program. Wildfire suppression, I know this is a big interest to a lot of us. As you see every year with climate change and things of that nature, there's a lot of impacts from wildland fire. Here locally, we get about, like I said, 9 to 10 fires, 15 at the most usually. A lot of our fires are lightning strikes where it's so dry. But we have initial attack staffing where we're on call 24/7 year-round, 365. Usually whenever we get to them, and that's where it's key for us to have an active prescribed burn program, because with that program we're able to burn and keep the hazardous fuel levels down, where if we do get a lightning strike, we can get in there and it'll creep and crawl, real slowly, where we can, if we get there and once it's detected, we can keep them under an acre in size, usually. We may occasionally have one that creeps up, that may have been out there for 4 or 5 days that hadn't been detected, that may get up to about 5 acres or so. But for the most part, we're able to keep them small, about the size of a vehicle, and keep it safe. But I know with everything that's going on out west and things of that nature, a lot of that is due to lack of active management. And that's why we do a lot of our timber harvesting, and we have an active prescribed fire to create a healthy forest to protect not only the facilities on site, but also the communities and the communities that are adjacent to us. In case we do have a wildfire, we could stop them before they would threaten any homes or any communities. So this is some of the things that we do. And we work a lot with, we provide training and stuff of that nature with our Prescribed Fire Training Center. We bring a lot of off-forest resources in to help us with staffing and being ready to go in high fire danger seasons. So we got that. And like I said, with prescribed fire, that's the best way to create a healthy forest. It's cost effective, it's safe. We do it in a controlled environment. We complete about 42 prescribed fires, about 40 to 50 a year. We have 2 seasons, the dormant and growing season. Right now we're in our dormant season, and that's usually, like it says right now, from November through March, but most of our burning is going to take place around January, February, and March. Due to we wait for a lot of the leaves to fall down, because if you burn too soon, it may burn on the interior, but then with leaf fall and things of that nature, the fire could start back up and we'd be tracking them a long period of time. So most of our burning is going to take place from January after the holidays into March. but an active season. We burn on average anywhere around 20,000 to 25,000 acres a year. And we're looking to improve that program. A lot of the things that we do is, a lot of planning goes into it. Right now, we do a lot of aerial ignition with helicopters, but we're looking into the use of drones to do it safer. Unfortunately, within the agency, thank God not here, we hadn't had any incidents, but nationally, there's been a number of, they're flying pretty low. They're treetop level when they're dropping these balls down to ignite the forest. But we've had some fatalities and accidents nationally with the use of helicopters. So we're looking for trying to make our operations more safe and looking at the use of drones to drop the ping pong balls down to ignite. So those are some things we're looking at. And you'll see here some of the things, a lot of where we're putting a lot of emphasis in. As you can see from the pictures, a lot of it is our smoke management program. And with that, we're trying to make some improvements to do a better job of informing our publics when we're burning. We're going to be utilizing the one call. We're going to be getting it on the radio stations and things of that nature, making people aware when we're burning in the areas and things of that nature around the communities. There may be some drift smoke. We have to only burn when there's certain category days and we have the right tonnage where we're not putting too much smoke into the air shed. We have to meet those prior parameters and stay within them. So a lot of planning goes into it. We're procuring and going to be installing here, we're talking about some other air quality monitors, putting them throughout the communities in the area within the CSRA, where we'll be getting real-time data as we're burning, checking to see how the air quality is in those areas, and getting real-time data where if we are putting too much into the system, into the air shed, we'll be able to cut the burns off at a smaller level, so we'll be tracking them throughout. So be able to do a better job of ensuring that we don't have lessen any smoke impacts to our communities and things of that nature. And that's what those smoke monitors will do. And Joe will be sharing with you, I know we're going to be using Twitter and some other things to be updating people the day of the burns and letting people know to raise awareness and things of that nature. So more to come there with, and here we noted Three Runs Homeowners Association. We got a lot of new communities that are adjacent to us. So these monitors will help us be able to ensure there's less likely of any impacts to any communities or areas, airports, hospitals, things of that nature. And last, I talked about this. This is some of the awards that we've, wrapping it up now. This is some of the awards that we've recently won within the Forest Service. The non-merchantable research did a lot of looking at non-merchantable tree stems, you know, again, with logging, a lot of whenever they cut an area, they'll have a lot of smaller timber and branches and things that's at a loading deck where you got about as tall as this room, you know, stacks of unmerchantable material that could become a fire hazard after they move off. So now we're looking at these whole tree chippers that can mulch that stuff up and merchandise it, and the loggers want it, and it leaves the areas clean for us to reforest and to not have these big fire hazards where we have to go out and burn them. They can remove them while they're out there, and the loggers are interested in this and buying equipment to be able to capitalize on this. So just ways that we were recognized for ways that we're working with our loggers and things and researchers to benefit the local economies and to meet the objectives, restoration goals on the ground. And then the phytoremediation facility, like I said, I shared earlier, we've been recognized nationally for that. Those are just two areas that we've been looking at, but always looking for ways to improve our operations, be effective and efficient, and like I said, work, and we couldn't do any of this without our partners and collaborators like you all. I'm just so glad to be here again, to be able to share just a little bit. This is just a snippet of all the great work that we do on site. We'd love to be able to maybe one day host you all and get out and see some of the management activities firsthand on the ground. So hopefully there'll be opportunities for that and do a tour and show you firsthand and meet some of our biologists so they can showcase the great work that we're doing. But just wanted to share that with you, and that's my presentation. And now I'll just turn it over to see if there's any questions that anyone may have.
All right, folks, what have we got? We're going to start with Narinder again, it looks like.
Narendra Malakab, you just mentioned that you irrigate about 62 acres of area with tritium-contaminated groundwater.
Yes, sir.
I know a lot of the water goes in the transpiration. Have you ever analyzed the plant tissue, how much tritium contamination remains in the plant, and how much tritium is in the ground when it falls on the ground?
I can't answer that. I don't know, Joe, is there any information that we have?
Get you the
Yeah.
microphone, yeah. Oh. No, he had turned it off. I was pointing at the
Okay.
public comment mic, but he's getting it on for you.
Thank you. Hey, my name is Joe Orris. I'm the Public Affairs Specialist for USDA Forest Service Savannah River. So the tritium, and Randall might be able to help me a little bit because he may be involved in that, but the tritium that falls to the ground with the extra hydrogen atom, that area, with the uptake of the trees, with the trees themselves, they found that once they turn off the water to the trees, after, I don't know the exact number of years, that tree is non-contaminated anymore. It can be harvested naturally, just like any other tree. DHAC has been out and does inspections on the area to determine the contamination in the area, and it's so low that you can walk through the canopy in the area without any protective material. It's not a radioactive area at all with the extra hydrogen atom.
Thank you.
And I will share that with this, like we're in year 20 now with this project. So we hadn't gotten fully to when these trees are reach their life cycle and we'll be harvesting them. At this point, we're not planning on taking them off-site and putting them off-site. We're still in the process of working on a forest management plan on how we would what we would do with those trees at this point.
Please forgive me, I should have congratulated you on your award-winning nationwide. My second question is probably, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, going back to the park they have outside Cracker Necker.
With Cracker Neck?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What is your actual involvement in that, in the park, other than building roads?
With Cracker Neck, what
Yeah.
is our involvement? So we work closely with DNR on habitat management activities. They pretty much handle the hunting and regulations and things of that nature. But we just pretty much manage it and assist them with doing wildlife enhancement projects. We'll do timber sales. We'll do prescribed burning, doing the regular forest management activities within that area. But as far as hunting and the use of that area, they're the leads on that, the state. Yes, sir.
Thank
Does
you.
that help? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Charles?
Charles Hilton, the
How you
cab.
doing, sir?
I appreciate the presentation, but I'm somewhat appalled that y'all are working at 65% workforce.
Yes. Yeah.
Does economics have anything to do with it? You're not getting the funding, or is it strictly you can't find people that
We
want work?
can't find people. We have the funding. It's just that within our agency, going this direction is just a high turnover rate. We're known for active management, so a lot of our employees, when they come here, because we do so much active management, they come and get the training and development, and then they move on up and move out. We've always had a high turnover rate, but since the pandemic, we've really been hit hard with a lot of vacancies, and it's just been hard to fill them. And that's why I say we went to this national hiring event. That decision happened pretty quickly, and it didn't give us a chance to inform our local communities and possible candidate pools. But that's what's going on. We have the funding. We're good with funding. It's just that we need to do a better job outreaching and making people aware of these opportunities.
Well, I look at the numbers. You guys bring in $4 million a year to the
Yes, sir.
Treasury.
Yes, sir.
I know y'all don't get any of that,
Yes,
but
yes.
it goes to the government.
Yes,
And it
sir.
just, y'all got a lot of land down there to maintain. My
Yes,
other
sir.
question is, in reading the history of the forestry industry in the
Uh-huh.
southeast over the last 150 years, longleaf pine was a predominant tree in the southeast. Are y'all planting longleafs back, or is it mainly?
Yes, it's predominantly longleaf.
It is
Well,
predominantly?
Yes, sir. It's a great species and a lot of benefits, and yeah, and that's where it comes in, you know, with prescribed burning. You have to germinate, use fire to germinate and things of that nature. But that's pretty much, I'd say 90% of what we plant is longleaf.
I know a lot of tree farmers stay away from it because it's such a long
It is.
harvest span.
Yeah, yeah.
But-
It's intense, but, yeah. And Joe, what do we plant annually? How many trees? 30,000 annually?
Annually, we plant, this is a low estimate. I'll tell you right now, we, on average, 3,500 trees a year. And we've known the species of longleaf pine on Savannah River site, we have such good quality, we grow our own trees. Every year, we do a pine cone harvest. We collect our own pine cones. They go off to a nursery where they germinate the seeds, and they come back to us. And we are actually growing our own trees. We've done that for a long time.
Are those available to the public?
It's a federal nursery, so I would probably say no. But, you know, we might be able to work out a deal here or there.
Thank you.
All right, okay. All right. Thank
You just want to be able to say you got a tree, don't you? You just want the one? Yeah.
We'll bring you some pine cones.
All right, we can handle that. We'll make that.
Greg?
Yes.
Good morning, Greg Murray Cab. Thank you for the presentation. I've read recently, particularly regarding prescribed burns, about conflict with local homeowners or property owners. Have y'all had any problems with that sort of issue?
I wouldn't say problems. Like I said, you know, these areas that were used to be vacated and rural are now urban interface is spreading, and these communities are developing. So what we're doing is trying to be more proactive when we see these developments, reaching out, making them aware, and working with them. On here, you saw an example where we talked about the Three Runs Homeowners Association. We met with them. They had some concerns. There was some concerns about smoke impacts and things from some of our burns, but we were able to meet with them, hear their needs, do a lot of informing them about days of the burns and what they can expect and the purpose behind the burns. And when we did that, keeping the lines of communication pretty much seemed to address that area good for us in that particular case. But that's where we're trying to be more intentional this year, and Joe is going to be leading a smoke management strategy for us where we're going to be engaging with communities and trying to get out and be proactive with the benefits that prescribed burning provide and helping us lessen those impacts. That's where those smoke monitors are going to assist us, where we're getting out, getting real-time data, where we can be able to determine, if we're up in Augusta and we're seeing drift smoke and we got, say the burn area we're planning to burn is 1,500 acres and we've already burnt 500 and they're starting to see drift smoke in Augusta, we can get real-time data to say, we're not going to do this other 1,000 acres. We're going to cut it off and then at a later date maybe go back and try to burn those areas. So those are some of the ways, some of the tools. We're using new tools, the smoke monitors. We're trying to be more intentional, meeting with these homeowners, meeting with these communities in advance to talk about where to go, if they want to be informed the day of the burns, if someone has smoke issues or health issues that we need to be aware of. We just want to be proactive and try
It's-
to address those things.
It's a really interesting problem. I just read something that said they called him a fire boss, had actually been arrested I guess it was Oregon,
Yeah.
because a fire had burned, and I think they called it jumped the line onto private property.
Correct.
And it burned some
Yeah.
land and stuff. Have you all had any burns that have jumped over into private property?
If we did, it may have been just a spot over, probably not very big, something that we were able to put out immediately. Most of our burns are on the interior of the site, so not much. Well, not since I've been here that I'm aware that we've had any, but doesn't mean that we haven't. It's potential that,
Yeah.
I'm sure probably over the years there may have been one or two, but nothing significant. Most of
Okay.
our burns are on the interior, and that's where we talk about resources. We bring a lot of resources in. If we were burning against private property, what we would do, we would ensure we have the right wind direction that would be taking it away from private property and wouldn't be a threat. So that if it did spot over, we would have resources there to be able to extinguish it immediately.
Yeah, very interesting, very interesting. Because they had talked at one point about how it turned out that nobody had been held accountable
Yeah.
for those burns. So basically, when they go burn private property, there seems to be no liability. Well, thank you. It's good to know that this
Yes.
is not a problem
Yeah.
out at the forces at SRS. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir. All right, good questions. Thank you all.
We'll swing back around over here, Ken.
Yes, sir.
Ken Sejuan.
Yes.
No, Cab. My question is, there are thousands of species of plant. So why you are trying only loblolly pine for phyto remediation? Is there any reason?
Well, because it grows fast,
No, there are plant species, they go much faster than loblolly pine.
Yeah. I know when I came here, they had planted loblolly. The areas we're looking at, we're not planning any expansions at this time, but I know there had been looking at even situations like utilizing eucalyptus and some other species, kind of like what you're mentioning. That's a possibility that we could look at that if we were to expand that area and irrigate more. But when I came, I guess it was probably easy to get
No,
loblolly.
eucalyptus, that's a water-sucking plant. I mean,
Yeah.
if you put it, it will grow by itself.
Yeah, and I'm sure they use loblolly because it's native to the area and is probably why a lot of it was selected. Is because it's native and in this range is a high factor in that. But we could look, if we are looking to expand, there may be some other species we want to utilize that could grow faster and evapotranspirate more of the groundwater.
Thank you.
But good point, sir.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from around the table? Seeing none.
All right.
Mr. Clark, thank you so much.
Thank you all for having us back. Thank you, sir.
So I know that we are pretty much on time, and I'm going to ask, before we move on, do we need 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Take 10 minutes and we'll come back. We've got a short reprieve. So Tracy has the enviable position of being between us and lunch, but I know that y'all, that is not going to stop y'all from asking questions, listening intently, and hearing everything that she has to say. Because I think this is going to be really interesting. It's going to fill in a lot of gaps on the NEPA process and how we understand it and how we recognize what those notices are when they come through the email and what you need to do with them. Tracy.
Thank you, James. As you said, my name is Tracy Williams. I am the NEPA Compliance Officer for the Savannah River site for DOE EM activities. I've been in that position now since October of 2015. Prior to that, I was working as in other environmental capacities. So I've had the opportunity to work at the site now a little over 7 years and seen a lot happen in the NEPA program as well. And so today I want to give you an overview of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA as it is called for short, and some examples of how it is applied at the site. And right up front, I just want to let you know I'll be using a number of acronyms throughout the presentation. They are summarized in the back of the presentation, but there are about 6 of them that I will be using frequently throughout the presentation. So I will just kind of define those right up front for you. EA, Environmental Assessment. FONSI, Finding of No Significant Impact, FONSI. EIS, Environmental Impact Statement. ROD, Record of Decision. Categorical Exclusion, that's CX, the terminology DOE uses. Some other agencies may call it a CE, CAT-X for Categorical Exclusion. And then CEQ, which is the Council on Environmental Quality. And also, after this presentation, I have some short scenarios to walk us through that I hope will help kind of wrap up my presentation to provide you be able to apply NEPA. And we can do, they're very short scenarios, won't take us long to go through those at all. NEPA was signed in 1970 by President Nixon, and NEPA came on the heels of a decade before. In the 60s, there was a lot of issues with environmental disasters, and the public became a lot more aware about environmental concerns. Most of you have probably heard of the book by Rachel Carson, Silent Springs, and the study with DDT. That was one of the genesis for NEPA, as well as some other environmental situations that happened in the decade before. It was the first major environmental law, and it's considered to be what's called the Magna Carta of environmental law, in that both of those concepts, the Magna Carta and NEPA, wants the government to promote transparencies in their activities and to give public a voice in those decisions. And when you look at the NEPA statute, it basically boils down to three major components. There are overarching national environmental goals and policies. There are provisions on how federal agencies enforce those goals and policies, which is not prescriptive at all. And then the creation of the Council on Environmental Quality, CEQ. The first component, the CEQ's role, they established the national NEPA guidance and regulations and procedures that federal agencies feed from. And with that, the CEQ has the responsibility of reviewing and approving all federal agency NEPA procedures. Also, it provides for arrangements to comply with NEPA in cases of emergencies or natural disasters where there's maybe not the opportunity to do as much of the upfront planning and documentation, so allows for alternate arrangements to comply with NEPA in those situations. And then also helps to resolve disputes between agencies, and also if there's disputes with the public and other entities on NEPA matters. And there in the graphic, you can see where the CEQ regulations can be found in the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR Title 40, and then the DOE corresponding regulations there in Title 10 of the Code of Federal Regulations 1021. The second component, the overarching goals, as I said before, NEPA is not prescriptive at all. It's more procedural. So the main driving force there is that NEPA was founded on the idea that we need to balance the human environment and the economy, because you can't have just no impact on the environment whatsoever, because that's not achievable. But at the same time, you cannot promote the economy and human lifestyle at all costs to the environment. So NEPA was developed and written to balance that. How can we find that balance? And so it required federal agencies to plan for environmental considerations early in the planning process, allowed agencies to weigh those environmental considerations with other considerations like technical and economic considerations before they take an action, and to give the public voice and input on those environmental consequences and input on those decisions before they are made. And the graphic there shows you all the different inputs. Oh, my apologies. And that graphic there shows you the different inputs there that are looked at through the NEPA process. Now, the third component is the enforcement of how the agencies enforce and enact NEPA, the things we are required to do. Right up front, NEPA is not a legislation that has any civil or criminal penalties. It's all done through the court system, civil suits, injunctions, things of that nature. So as I said earlier, what we must do is to plan for environmental impacts and analyze those early in the decision-making process. We disclose those impacts, alternatives, and mitigations if they're needed. We actively pursue the public's involvement in that planning process, and those inputs are prescribed in the regulations. And then to codify our regulations, we have to announce those proposed regulations in the Federal Register, allow opportunity for input from the public, and consider that input before we finalize the regulations. And NEPA is considered the umbrella statute because this provides agencies the opportunity how they can look at the environmental holistically, how they can look at complying with various environmental regulations holistically. Now, compliance with NEPA does not mean compliance with all environmental regulations. You still have to follow the other ones. But what NEPA doesn't do is that it does not dictate a specific outcome. We are required to look at the environmentally preferred alternative as we do our analysis, but we do not have to select that one. Also, it does not prevent impacts from happening. If there are going to be significant impacts, we have to address how we are going to, if we can avoid them, or if we can't, how we can mitigate those. And it doesn't prohibit any actions either. The NEPA process there, and we'll go into some of these steps in a little more detail in later slides, but basically we identify our proposed action, what it is we need to do, and do we have a preferred alternative to meeting that need. Identify the appropriate level of review, and we'll talk about that later as well. How we document that, and make an environmental decision. Now, the environmental decision is not a project decision. It's not a decision on whether to go or no go on the project. It's just another input into the decision-making process about that particular project or proposal. And then we would, if we have to have any mitigations and monitoring, implement those as part of the project. And so what does NEPA apply to? It applies to a broad range of activities. If there's government involvement, if it requires passage on federal lands or use of federal lands, if it's being funded by the federal government, if it requires the government to issue a permit or the federal partner, or with a partner in the decision-making or funding process. And how do we know when do we do NEPA? We have a proposal and we want to address some kind of need. And it basically has moved beyond a concept phase. We have enough data, enough information that we can also have several alternatives for meeting that need, and then we could meaningfully evaluate the effects of that proposed action. Environmental justice was not specifically called out in the original NEPA statute. So in 1994, President Clinton signed the executive order on to address federal actions to address environmental justice in minority and low-income populations. That executive order did not specifically call out NEPA as one of the strategies to address environmental justice. The presidential memorandum did that, and it was not until 1997 when the CEQ actually issued guidance providing a strategy for how to use NEPA to address environmental justice when we evaluate and look at and analyze proposed activities. And you can see here from this graphic, there's a lot of synergy in using NEPA as a strategy for addressing environmental justice. We want to promote healthy communities and equitable distribution of benefits to all. We want to ensure people are treated fairly when we develop our policies and regulations, and we want to give affected populations the opportunity to participate in the decision-making process. And environmental justice considerations go beyond the NEPA because NEPA just stops with the documents, stops with the decision, but environmental justice goes beyond that. So it would address when that project is implemented, keeping those minority and low-income communities engaged in the process. Now, we talked about the levels of NEPA. There's actually 3 major levels of NEPA analysis. On one end of the spectrum, there's categorical exclusions, CXs. On the other end of the spectrum is environmental impact statements. And then when we're not certain, there is environmental assessment EAs. And I will go into those in the next slides, kind of go into more detail about those. And the main thing here is that when we're looking at impacts, they can be adverse or beneficial when we're looking at those. So it's not, when we talk about the significance could be a potentially beneficial one as well as potentially adverse one. So we include that in the analysis. Categorical exclusions, the one end of the spectrum, those are likely not to have a significant environmental impact. About 90% of the actions can be covered by categorical exclusion, and those are and we have to codify those in the regulations. Currently in the DOE regulations, we probably have over 100 classes of actions that meet categorical exclusions. Things like routine maintenance and repair, lab operations, those things. The next category is on the other spectrum, environmental impact statement. Effects are likely to be significant. Activities that are typically, but not all inclusively, that would require an EIS are things like a nuclear processing facility, test and research reactors, those types of things. And then in the middle of the spectrum, when we don't have a good understanding of whether those effects are significant, we would prepare an environmental assessment. And the outcome of that would be either a finding of no significant impact, the FONSI, or an EIS. In most cases, when it's most likely those impacts are going to be significant, the agency would go directly into an EIS, would not necessarily go through the process of doing an EA. Now, we can start with an EA and during the analysis, identify significant impacts, at what point we would go into the EIS. And activities that would typically, but not all exclusively require an EA, would be things like habitat protections, energy demonstration projects. So how do we make those NEPA determinations on site? In neither the CEQ nor DOE regulations gives a specific methodology. It gives us latitude, sites, and programs on how we do that. And at the Savannah River site, we actually have an automated, it's automated more, so electronic checklist that we use as an internal mechanism. We can do all of this via an application on site of, like I said, the electronic an entity, a project would enter the information about their proposed action, give things like the description, provide us plans, have to go through a series of questions they have to answer, in which time that checklist is forwarded to subject matter experts. And looking at the responses to those questions and looking at their plans, we can identify, we can help make that NEPA determination on whether the impact's going to be significant, what environmental resources could be potentially impacted, and therefore we can make a determination if it would be covered under the categorical exclusion, or it would, whether or not we would have to do some other level of NEPA, either an EA or an EIS, or possibly there is existing NEPA documentation cover that particular activity. And there's also dual purpose in that it helps to identify other environmental requirements the activity or the project sponsor would have to comply with. Now, approval of the checklist does not constitute approval of their project, nor does it constitute approval of any other environmental requirements. It's just documenting what their level of NEPA is required for their particular project. If it's a categorical exclusion, then they're done. But if they have to go on and do an EA or an EIS, then they cannot proceed with the project until that documentation is prepared. Now on site, because DOE, because this is a federal law, the DOE has the ultimate responsibility of approving documents. Contractors can generate those. Partners in our various projects can generate the documents, but we have the final approval authority. The manager has approval authority for EAs and FONSIs. Anything higher level like an EA, a record of decision, has to be approved by the Office of Environmental Management, our headquarters office. Also, if we are engaged in an activity with another federal agency, if we're a partner, those types of documents as well would have to be coordinated and approved by the headquarters DOE office. I, as the NEPA compliance officer, I can approve categorical exclusions, and I can advise activities on the level of NEPA that may be required for their projects. And we also, another federal employee would actually prepare the document or coordinate the development of that document, whether it's an EA or an EIS, and I would collaborate with them on ensuring it meets all the requirements of NEPA, help them with the coordination if it's required to go through headquarters or there's other staffing at the site level. Also, our Office of Chief Counsel, our lawyers get involved to provide, ensure that it's a legally sufficient document. Office, of course, our Office of External Affairs would be involved because either the next slide or one slide over, we talk about how we engage the public in reviewing and providing input into various NEPA documents. And then program elements like EM, the NNSA, National Nuclear Security Administration, also have their own separate NEPA compliance officers that I might have to work with on occasion. And our management and operation contractors do the lion's share of the work as far as processing of the internal screening process I was telling you about, and then helping line organizations prepare documents they need for that NEPA review. And finally, the public. And where the public gets involved, our CX determinations, we just post those when they're made on our external websites. And from the standpoint of an EIS, we're required at a minimum to have a 30-day scoping period and at least have one public meeting. When we're preparing that document, we'll make an announcement in the Federal Register that we have an intent to prepare an EIS. So that's how we get that information out to the public. We also would advertise on our website and also through our environmental bulletins. Also, once we've prepared the draft EIS, we had to provide for a minimum 40-day comment period and also at least have one public hearing where we would take comment from the public on the document. And lastly, once we issue that final document, there's a 30-day waiting period before we could issue the record of decision. Basically, what alternative are we going to pursue, and if there are any impacts, how we're going to address those, how we're going to mitigate those. And for an EA, we're mandatory to request input from the state, host state and host tribe on the draft EA, and then the final EA and FONSI will be publicly available. Now, depending on what the action is, we might also expand that participation beyond just the state and tribes' input. And there's some recent actions we've had. We publish a monthly report. I think the CAB is on that email distribution list. So we do provide a monthly update on the status of our major activities, major EAs and major EISs. And recently, of course, we had the supplemental analysis and the amended ROD for the ABD mission at H Canyon, and at a headquarters level where we were a participating partner with the Office of Nuclear Energy. They had the Versatile Test Reactor EIS and ROD, and then finally a headquarters document on the commercial disposal of DWPF recycled wastewater. Some documents that are still open, actions that are still pending. There you can see listed proposed construction and operation of training facilities and infrastructure with the South Carolina National Guard. Also, we required every time the Forest Service makes a revision to their natural resource management plan, because there was an environmental assessment prepared for that document, we have to review those revisions and make sure it is still within bounds of that original EA. And then lastly, we're a cooperating agency with the Navy on their decommissioned naval reactor plants. And that document has yet to, there's a draft that has been out, but not the final document. And also headquarters document there, the commercial disposal of SRS contaminated process equipment. So this is where I said at the end I wanted to get a little interaction from you all to, if you would agree, if each one of these actions are subject to NEPA. And I'll do the first one, and then you can volunteer if you like, or I will call on you if I don't get any volunteers. Didn't know you were going to have a test, did you, at the camp? Okay, the first action, replacing a roof on a contractor-occupied building at a fairly owned facility. Would that be subject to NEPA review? Okay, I'll take the first answer there. Yes, it is subject to NEPA because it is taking place on a federal land. Again, you have to remember, NEPA is looking at potential environmental impacts, whether they're significant or not. So in this case, would anybody venture to guess what level of NEPA might apply to this activity? Now, we talked about CX, EA, or EIS. Anybody want to venture a guess?
CX.
CX, that's right, categorical exclusion. As a matter of fact, it's codified in the regulations. Okay, now I'm going to call on somebody for the next one. Number 2, federal funding for a new research facility at any county, USA. Yep, it is NEPA. Yes, it's subject to NEPA because it's fairly funded. You got it right. No. Yeah, the whole thing is does NEPA apply to each one of these situations? I think you're starting to see a pattern here.
Yes.
It could be EA or EIS.
Well, I tell you what, it could even be a categorical exclusion. Because when and I don't want to get into a whole lot of details, but there are some qualifying criteria within the categorical exclusions that might allow us to apply to CAT this, depending on the size, if the area's already been disturbed. Otherwise, it would, at a minimum, an EA, because you don't know what the environmental effects would be, depending on location and things of that nature. Most likely not an EIS. Okay. Federal agency leasing space in any town, USA. Would that be subject to NEPA review?
Yes.
Who said yes? Yes, it's federally funded and we're acquiring property. So that's an action. We're taking some kind of action. There's federal funds being expended for it. Again, most likely this would be just a categorical exclusion. Last one, I promise you. State highway, okay, so it's state funded, is repairing a bridge, but they require lay down area on adjacent federal land.
Yes.
It might be EIS.
No, that wouldn't be an EIS. No, it would be subject to NEPA because it is on federal land. Most likely, again, this one could possibly be categorically excluded. Again, because I said there are some qualifying criteria that would allow us to do it. It's just normal routine maintenance. If we're not we're not in wetlands, if we're not affecting any endangered species, then this could be a categorically excluded activity.
I have, pardon me, I'm interrupting, because it will require, state highway will require a lot of socio-economic analysis.
Yes, it would, because if it's, well, depending if the state is getting federal funds from their NEPA standpoint, yes. Now, again, NEPA, and I'm glad we're getting ahead of the question, Q&A period, but that's fine. NEPA, there's a lot of latitude on how federal agencies address NEPA. So the Federal Highway Department regulations may differ somewhat from ours. Like I said, because of where this might be, how much land is being disturbed, those kind of factors, we could possibly categorically exclude it. Federal Highway, based on the nature of their regulations, they may not be able to do the same. But that was my last scenario, though. And if you want more information about the NEPA program at the site, that's our mailbox there. A number of people monitor that email. So you will get an answer back. Okay, and with that, I can take questions.
All right, let's start to my left with Ken.
Ken Sajwan, CAB. My question is, does NEPA comes under EPA? Or
No.
These are two different organizations?
Yes, there is. The Council on Environmental Quality, CEQ, is the manager of NEPA.
But
All of the federal agencies are required to implement NEPA. So the EPA has their own set of agency-specific policies as far as NEPA is concerned.
okay. Is there any time program overlaps?
With EPA's program and,
Yes.
and ours,
Yeah.
only if we were a partner with EPA on a particular activity where there be some overlap. Also in the EPA's NEPA requirements, there is a section of the Clean Air Act that requires, that mandates some NEPA review as well, but typically there wouldn't be any overlap from a NEPA standpoint.
Thank you.
Okay. And we'll come around to Narendra.
Narendra Malik, CAB. I'm going back to the question about the road building. The road will be maybe going through certain public area. There will be land acquisition and displacement of some residents. So it will require definitely socio-economical analysis that where the people will be move to?
Before you answer that, the one thing I will point out, she wasn't asking about the road, she was asking about a lay-down yard for the work,
For the repair of a bridge.
for the repair of a bridge. So, so it's a lay-down yard next to a bridge, was what the question was about.
But
So
let's
so
say,
she's not saying you're wrong about the road at all.
You're exactly
She was
right.
specific about the lay-down yard.
Yep, thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, that was specific about the laydown yard, but in reality, because of the bridge is being funded by another federal agency, most likely if it's the state highway department, they're getting their federal, they're getting funding from the Federal Highway Administration, then yes, they would have to, because the road, that bridge might be in a low-income minority community, they would have to address that and other things. But my specific scenario was about just the laydown yard, adjacent to the federal land.
sorry for the confusion, but I understand it now.
Okay, thank you, no problem.
But
No
you still, if there's a major project like we have to build a big building at SRS, then you might have to do supplemental EIS.
Well, one of my examples, one of our most recent activities was with the accelerated de-inventory basin, ABD mission at H Canyon. And that was a supplemental analysis because we did have a previous EIS. The agency made a decision to change direction for that mission. So we had to go back and analyze that, and we did that through a supplemental analysis and recognized that we had to amend that decision. So we issued an amended ROD based on that supplemental analysis. But you're exactly right. If it's a major activity, if we're building some massive new structure, SRPPF, that's not EM, but that's another DOE mission, they had to do an EIS for that. So yes, if there's a significant major activity involved, it would require, at a minimum, an EA, if not an EIS, based on the nature of the activity.
Thank you.
Any other questions from around the table? Seeing none. Tracy, thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you very much.
All right, a little bit of housekeeping before we go. If you count around the table, we have 12 people. We need 11 for quorum. That means everybody needs to come back from lunch so that this afternoon we'll be able to hold our vote. I know one person needs to leave, if you'll see Heather, so that we can record an absentee ballot for you, and we'll go ahead and get you count. That means the onus is on the other 11 of you to come back, not just period, but on time. Okay? I'm going to ask you to be back at 1 p.m. There is food options down the road, down Walton Way. There's also a cafeteria in the building that I ate at yesterday and was quite happy with my decision. It is at the other end of this building. Please be back here at 1 p.m. Thank you much.
Where are we going?
You ready? All right, let's move into our next presentation. This will be on the transuranic waste program. So if you remember last time, we had a true waste presentation. They were looking at the national program. We had the guy out from Carlsbad, and he was talking about what they do at WIP and how they treat it there. This is more localized. So if you had questions lingering about how SRS handles transuranic waste, what those processes, parts of those program look like, today's the day to get those questions answered, right? So, you got a clicker? All right, so here we go. Sean?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sean Protzman with the Office of Nuclear Materials at Department of Energy, Savannah River. I have about 25 years of experience in nuclear radiological facilities with the military and Department of Energy. And I've recently taken over the department's true waste program at Savannah River. Today, we'll be talking about the status of the transuranic waste operations at Savannah River, some of our priorities. We'll talk about initiating our plutonium downblend shipments out of K area, continuing our legacy true waste shipments, and then characterization of nuclear generated true waste. We'll also talk about some of our accomplishments and challenges, and then remaining activities to be completed prior to shipping to WIP from K area. We're going to continue in compliantly storing legacy and newly generated true waste. We have plenty of capacity, storage capacity. Just to give you a refresher on true waste, we're talking about true waste, we're talking about job control waste, material that's been associated with maybe with the glove box that's come in contact with residual material, primarily plutonium, but radionuclides that have an atomic number greater than 92. The concentration is going to be greater than 100 nanocuries per gram. It is not high-level waste. So that's broken down further, and we have contact-handled and remote-handled true waste. Over 90% of our true waste is contact-handled. The remote-handled has on-contact radiation levels greater than 200 milliroom per hour. But for our contact-handled true characterization capability, we have two areas. We have one in E area and one in K area at the CCO pad. In E area, we have the ability to ship True Pack 2s and True Pack 3s. We just completed our True Pack 3 standard large box program last fiscal year. And then we completed 11 True Pack 2 shipments in FY22. So K area, we're still pending shipment. In K area, we have the CCO pad where we do storage and characterization. We have the real-time radiography there, and then we have the high-energy neutron counters to characterize the CCOs. Hot op started back in August of 2021. EPA Tier 1 field work was completed also in 21, and then CBFO conducted their audit in 2021 also. So at the time that this presentation was created, the New Mexico Environmental Department review was still pending. That has since completed since then. So we're in the final stages of getting ready to ship out of K area for the CCO campaign. We have a few activities left as far as review and approval of the waste stream. And once that is completed, we project to start shipping it roughly mid-December. On the left, you'll see a graph that projects shipments. So our first year of shipments, if and when we start in December, we're projecting roughly 1 to 2 shipments a month. And you can see as the fiscal years go on, we continue ramping up shipments out of K area. On the right, you'll see the True Pack 2s on the truck. And you can get roughly 42 drums in those 3 containers on that truck. One of our other goals, and this is an internal goal, is to complete our legacy true waste shipments that we have in solid waste, or I'm sorry, in E area. So we have around 670 standard waste boxes left. Less than 50 shipments are needed for that. And then we have the remote handled true waste shipments also. So there are some challenges with the remote handled true waste. Because of the high on-contact radiation levels, we need shielded container assemblies. Due to commodity prices, those shielded container assemblies are very expensive. They're roughly $30,000 a container. So if you look at the number of drums that we have, that's a lot of money. So we have to stagger purchasing those shielded containers for each fiscal year. The graph you'll see below just illustrates, as we complete our shipments for each year, how that legacy true waste gets worked off. And so right now we're projecting roughly around 12 shipments a year out of E area for the legacy true waste to get to that number. So this picture right here illustrates some characterization equipment on the bottom and one of the True Pack 2s being loaded. Most of our newly generated true waste comes out of Beeline, SRNL, solid waste, K area, and F&H labs. We get less than 50 containers a year from that. And so right now we're mixing some of the newly generated waste in with our legacy true waste shipments as part of the planning goes for that. We can store true waste on pad 6, 14, 15, 17, and 19. We do our characterization on pad 4. And we do our shipping that you see there, loading the true pack there in shipping pad or in pad 3. We currently don't have any remediation or repackaging capability in E area. So these are some of our accomplishments that we talked about. Completion of our True Pack 3 shipments. So we use the standard large boxes for that campaign. So large pieces of equipment such as motors, glove boxes, something that was too large to fit in a drum would go in the standard large waste box. And you can see the standard large waste box on the back of that 18-wheeler on the bottom of the screen there. Ready to ship on the CCO pad. Like I said, we are projecting to be ready mid-December to ship CCOs. And then we had some pipe overpack containers that we just got out. There was some additional security we had with that costed the department some money. So long term, that was a priority to get out. It had some enriched uranium oxide, and we've already got that shipped to WIP. For a program summary, we're going to need to continue to be a significant WIP shipping site. So as we wind down our legacy true waste program, the CCO shipping program will continue to build. We're going to initiate true waste shipments out of K, complete our true waste shipping by 2030, and then reestablish our remote handle shipments from SRS. There are currently no regulatory drivers for disposition of SRS true waste. And then hopefully we can accelerate the remote handle shipments using SCAs, and then a significant portion of our newly generated true waste at SRS is coming from NNSA future missions. And that's all I have today. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions around the table? Jerry, let's start with yours. We're just going to start somewhere different. We'll work our way around.
Just a basic administrative question. What is a criticality control overpack?
Criticality container overpack is basically we take oxidized plutonium, mix it with an adulterant, put it in a robust outer container, hydraulically compress it, and then we put it in another container that goes inside of a drum, and that's what we've referred to as a CCO.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Narendra?
Thank you for the presentation, Narendra Malik. In the K area, there is a plutonium that's called weapon-grade plutonium. When we downblend it and we start calling it true waste, how does it happen?
So I'll make sure I understand your question. You said, how do we get from weapons-grade plutonium to a waste product? Is that what you're asking? Okay. So the plutonium metal is oxidized, and it basically looks like a powdered form. And we mix that with an adulterant to make it less attractive as weapons-grade product. And when we make it an oxide, it makes it safer, right? And then once we mix it with that adulterant, we compress it down into a robust outer container. At that point, it is waste, but we are still tracking it until it's buried in the mine at WIP.
So the number reduces from 92 to what?
The atomic number,
Yeah.
it's still plutonium oxide. So it's still greater than 92.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Charles?
Charles Hilton, Cab. In a previous presentation about cleanup, when they use the ticker units, the ionization columns or the filter columns, they said that they were putting them in a container and storing them on a pad somewhere on site. Is that true waste?
Yes. So the pad that they're referring to is a CCO pad pictured there.
My understanding of those things, they're 8 feet tall, 10 feet, I don't know how big
The
they are.
CCOs, it looks like a standard 55-gallon drum once it's in the container.
Well, those ticker units, will they fit in that, or y'all got to cut them in two, or how you going to handle that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to from the previous presentation. We can talk offline, maybe I can answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
So Sean, I think he's asking about some material that's managed by the high-level waste contractor,
Okay.
ticker columns. Yeah, so they are not transuranic waste.
Okay.
So that's one of the exceptions. It's considered high-level waste.
Yeah, and I don't know if the evaluation's been done on that material to determine if it can be managed as non-high-level waste. I don't have those details. But it would have to go through a review to see if it has to be managed as high-level waste, or if it can fall under the waste incidental to reprocessing to be not managed as high-level waste. And that's really a separate topic from Sean's presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions from around the table? Everyone had a heavy lunch. Happens. And we're good?
All right, thank
Sean,
you.
Thanks much. All right. We'll ask our next presenter to come up and get mic'd up. Okay. Here we go. And it's going to be forwards, backwards, and laser. Okay. All right. You step right on up there and we're ready to go. F&H Lab, right?
FH Lab deactivation.
At deactivation, right?
Okay. All right, good afternoon. My name is Anisha Wittenberg. I am the project manager for FH Lab deactivation project. And today I'll provide an overview of our deactivation project. As shown in the photo, we have an aerial view of the FH laboratory facility. It is immediately adjacent to the F Canyon facility that you can see. And for folks who may not see the pointer, there is a blue enclosed staircase adjacent to the F Canyon facility. So just for point of reference, you can see proximity to F Canyon. Also, in F area, this will be the site of the new plutonium pit facility, also near the FH laboratory facility. So those are just some points of reference. All right, a little bit of background for the FH lab facility. The purpose of the lab was to perform analysis of samples in support of F Canyon, H Canyon, F Tank Farm, H Tank Farm primarily. They also provided analytical services for other operating facilities on site as well. The primary buildings, 772F is a two-story structure that was placed in service in the mid-1950s. Adjacent to that, the 772-1F laboratory building was constructed and then placed in service around 1987. And then there's a ventilation building, 772-4F. It houses the main ventilation for exhausting 772F facility, as well as some other ventilation systems. We also have other structures like a chiller building, cooling tower, some external transformers, diesel generator, et cetera. In fiscal year 18, there was a project initiated to consolidate the analytical functions into SRNL and other laboratories at Savannah River site, and be in a position to cease analytical operations in the FH laboratory facility. And so that project was completed, and analytical activities ceased in the FH lab facilities in February of 21. So those analytical functions and the associated laboratory personnel relocated to SRNL or other laboratories on site. In August of 21, DOE headquarters approved the redesignation of the buildings and support structures for FH Lab, redesignating them as excess facilities. And then in October of 21, DOE Savannah River authorized the project team to begin deactivation activities. During the consolidation effort, from fiscal year 2018 to fiscal year 2021 or through 21, a team was formed to begin layup activities in laboratories that were no longer in use. Additionally, in glove boxes, radio hoods, radio benches, in active labs. So where we could, we would ensure samples, standards, excess chemicals, loose material waste was removed from those locations. And you can see some before and after pictures here. One of our labs, Lab 115, you can see the equipment and materials that were in that lab before we started layup activities, and then after the completion of layup activities. The same with Lab 128, some before and after pictures. All right, so once we were authorized to begin deactivation activities, we started that process. Now, deactivation is the process of removing or reducing hazards and shutting down equipment, systems in a methodical manner in order to reduce the overall cost of maintaining a facility that's no longer needed for operations. So we drive down the surveillance and maintenance costs, keep it in a safe and stable configuration so that or until it's ready for turning over for decommissioning in the future. Some deactivation activities, again, removal of portable equipment, hazards, PCBs, mercury waste, batteries, just miscellaneous equipment, isolation of glove boxes. I show in the bottom right glove box. That's an example. We have metal covers that are placed over glove port covers metal cover over inlet HEPA filters, and then if there's a transition door to either the room or an adjacent radio hood or radio bench, that's sealed so that the glove box in effect becomes a sealed box to minimize any potential for migration of contamination. We also have an example here of a radio, actually that's a radio bench, but where a fixative is applied, again, to minimize the potential for spread of contamination in the future. During fiscal year 22, we did complete deactivation of 4 of the 39 zones associated with the deactivation project, and within those 4 zones, that included 37 of 54 labs to be deactivated. This next slide just gives you a general idea of the footprint for the laboratory buildings and associated structures, and the shaded areas that are in blue or blue-green, depending on whether you have a printout or see it online. Those are the zones that we completed during fiscal year 22. As far as the end state, at the conclusion of the FH Lab deactivation project, we'll have removed the waste. It'll be characterized and either moved to storage or to the disposition, final disposition. Any excess chemicals, oils drained from equipment, refrigerant removed, etc. We will have the main exhaust ventilation that's located in 772-4F will remain online to exhaust the 772F building. And then any other building other than 772-4F will have all utilities isolated. So what that means is we'll have domestic water, chilled water, fire water, etc. Systems will be shut down, isolated, and drained, and then I show them as air-gapped. And what that means for piping systems is that a section of piping is removed, the ends are capped or sealed, and then so that there's physically an air gap in the system so that you don't inadvertently restore that system and create a hazard down the line. Similarly, for the electrical utilities, those are physically disconnected, air-gapped, and made so that it's not easy to reconnect that electrical system. And then just in conclusion, again, deactivation is the safe shutdown of a facility, remove or reducing the hazards in that facility, methodically shutting down systems and driving down the cost for maintaining that facility in the long term until it's ready to transition into decommissioning. For the overall project, we completed our first year in a multi-year project last fiscal year. We're continuing with that deactivation process. We're forecasting completion in fiscal year 26 at this point. And then our focus area for this year, we're targeting 3 zones, and 2 of those zones include shielded cells. And I've provided an example here of shielded cells before waste removal and after waste removal, just as an example. So any questions?
All right, folks, where do we want to start? Surrender, you're first out the gate. Let's go with you.
Narendra Malik, I think this is my day to ask a lot of questions. When you completed the transition from FNH lab, I don't know, it went to C lab or EMS lab?
Well, FH lab has been known as C lab.
Okay.
So that's the same facility. So some of the analytical activities moved to SRNL or B area labs, and then with the salt waste processing facility, they have laboratory facilities there So some of the liquid waste analysis is now being performed there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions around the table? Really, Charles, they're deactivating a lab and you don't have questions?
I answered them all, right?
You did. Charles Hilton, I'm curious. These glove boxes is what I'm assuming these are?
Well, this is an example of one of the shielded cells. So that's a kind of a structure that's built into the facility, has shield windows, and we use manipulators or the laboratory technicians use manipulators to process sample material that had higher radiation rates. So that's an example there of the shielded cells. Back here on the lower right, I had glove boxes. And so glove boxes, the waste that comes out of glove boxes, getting back to Sean's presentation, is primarily transuranic waste because of the processes that were performed or the samples that were manipulated within those glove boxes. So those are highly contaminated.
That may be the answer that I was, when I hear about down blending, it always seems that glove boxes are the problem area. They can't get them or they're too expensive and it takes time. Can you use these old ones or are they too contaminated? Are they built in or?
They are physically installed. They are contaminated, are highly contaminated. So I don't believe that they would be able to be repurposed into another facility. We did have one glove box that was for training use only, that was clean and never put in use. We did access that glove box, and I believe it was picked up by Aiken Tech to do some training.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Katrina?
Katrina Belser, CAB. It said in your summary that it's forecasting completion in FY26. Is there anything that would possibly hinder that or set you back that maybe we could offer? What would the CAB's function be to help make sure that you complete that by FY26? Is there anything that would delay that, or is it for sure set?
The continuation of the project depends on funding and continued funding and being able to staff and move forward toward execution of endpoints. So that will impact our ability to complete by FY26. But each year we go through a budget cycle in order to determine what is prioritized as far as funding, and so we'll have to kind of work through where FH Lab falls in the priority and how funding is provided.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions around the table? Nisha, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Sometimes I struggle with, when making these agendas, whether it's even worth it to put times on here. Because occasionally I'll just fly through it and we wind up like right now where it was going to be 3 o'clock, but now we're looking at imminently. Let's do this imminently. First, we have a public comment section that we need to take care of. No one has signed up, but out of the interest of fair play, I want to ask, is there anybody who would like to make a public comment? Seeing none. Our next mode of business is to take a look at the draft recommendation that was edited yesterday. Heather, can you pull up that Word version? Unless she's actively doing it behind me in a proactive manner, I don't know. The first thing we need to do is address some of the the changes that were made yesterday. So when that comes up, I know that A&O did some wordsmithing on it a little bit. They didn't change the intent. They really just changed some of the grammar and stuff like that. The more heavy lifting on what I'm going to say were probably commas and just general wording was done by Phyllis and Greg. I'm going to ask if one of you could just give a real brief overview on some of the broader, like, we don't need to get granular with it, just hit the highlights of maybe what you did and what we talked about yesterday afternoon. Phyllis? Can I get you to do it in the microphone, though?
Oh, yeah, sorry. The main thing we did was to try to standardize some of the, like the abbreviations and things like that. And Greg, in the interest of today's world, wanted to change manpower to workforce, which I like. I have no objection. Anyway, we did all the things that we discussed, and the only thing we added was we moved that sentence that's in green just as we discussed at the A&O meeting. And then at the end, we added, for the benefit of parallel construction, changed the wording, but not the meaning of the last of that sentence that's in red now.
Okay.
Other than that, there were no substantive changes, of course. And we fixed financial.
We finally financially dealt with Pinnacle?
Yeah, I think so.
That one's going to live on forever. Any questions, comments, concerns about the changes? Yeah, Kim. One more thing. Can I get you to grab the microphone? Thank you.
No, it's not the formic acid. Kim Ray, CAB. At the very top, where it says recommendation managers, and it says Narendra Malik. Can we take that comma from behind Malik?
When we publish this for final, I'm actually going to delete that entire line.
Okay. Okay, then.
But that is a good catch.
Oh, and I
That
just
is
saw
that is yet
one.
another story about no matter how many times you have 80 people look at it, you're going to miss one.
Right.
And Phyllis found another.
Somewhere down there, did I just see formic acid was still in caps? That needs to be fixed. Yeah, further down. There
Oh,
it is.
right there.
Yeah.
Right above CCP. Formic. All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns about this draft?
Oh.
Bobby?
Bobby Williams, CAB. In that third paragraph, was sent off-site, there should not be a hyphen in off-site.
Oh, that
Is
red
that-
stripe there
is
is
that
actually
removed?
removing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
James?
Yes, sir.
Heather, can you show it with the corrections in balloons? I think that'll clean it up for everybody so they can kind of see. There should be up at the top a show markup.
Under
If you go to the review menu, there's I
yeah.
think it's the second one. It'll say
She
show
can't
markup.
actually
And
see
you,
it slightly to the right. So she can't actually see it on her screen.
Oh,
This
okay.
is a second, this screen actually acts as a second monitor. So for her, it's to the left and then all the way up here. Click there. Yep. And actually, if you would, yep.
right next to I think it's the second one
Yeah.
down from right
Go
next to
right,
track,
yeah.
right there.
Drop down,
Doesn't that give you choices of where to show the revisions?
go down, 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 where it says balloons.
Yeah, there you go.
Up one more. And then show revisions in as balloons.
Yeah, there you go. That should clean it up.
There
Then
we
you
go.
should be able to see it.
Now it looks fine while showing this stuff. Okay. Katrina?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm probably a little slow with it. So the red means it's coming out, or I don't,
Red just means that there was an edit related to that. That's all
Okay.
that means.
and the green is a go? Like,
Yes,
edit.
it was just a copy and paste, yeah.
Gotcha.
One more time, Bobby Williams, cab. In the last paragraph, it says, since there is still one sole active ingredient, formic acid, the A in acid should be lowercase.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should any of that be capitalized? Storage or the next part either?
It's from the yeah, right there, acid and storage and dilution.
And dilution
tanks.
and tanks, right?
That's their formal name.
Okay.
Next sentence.
In the next line, there's a formic acid again.
Right there.
All right. I'm going to ask about content. And the next person that suggests a grammatical change is going to have to leave politely but firmly. Is there anything related to content, the actual recommendation, the concept behind it that we need to talk about? Is anyone clear and unsure of how they plan to vote and would like to ask a clarifying question? Charles?
Charles Hilton, cab. I think you need a motion. I move for the adoption of the recommendation.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Okay. In the interest of Charles and his love of parliamentary procedure, is there any discussion? Nope, okay.
Bobby Williams.
Yes, Bobby.
Bobby Williams, cab. Under recommendation, Savannah is misspelled.
Okay, we'll change it. We'll get that afterwards. Ignore that for now. Forget about that. Is there anything? We have a motion to say, I promise, we'll clean up Savannah. Can we pull up the vote? Thank you. Yep. We have a motion and a second. I'm not going to kick Bobby off, it's fine. Yeah, everybody pull out your voting clicker. They're up under your nameplate. And you should all have the option of yay, nay, and abstain. Is it open? It says it's open. Awesome. I love when it works every single time. That is great.
Is it on? Did you click the little arrow?
Yeah, you may have to hit the send button.
None of them are.
None of them are reading. Somebody actually said out loud earlier, it works fine, and that was and then it stopped. Okay. I'm going to ask you all to instead, let's just go ahead. There's 12 of you. We should be able to manage a hand count, right? All in favor, please raise your hands for aye. Okay. That was all of you. I'm going to ask, just in case, for a nay and abstain. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, that brings us to the end of our agenda in absurdly record time. We did that before the vote. You want to ask again, just in case? I'm for it. All right. Greg, do you have any parting words for us before we go?
All right, thank you, CAB team, for a nice meeting. We appreciate it. Thank you to all of our experts for sharing your time and your expertise with us. Finally, thank you, CAB colleagues, for giving your time, volunteering your time to your communities, the CAB and DOE. I'll see you next month at the subcommittee meetings, and with that, I will say we're adjourned.